Hey, good morning, everybody. We're gonna get started here with day 2 right away. As you're getting ready, those that are here that are on early, you're on time, you're in the right place. We welcome you. Be prepared to share some takeaways from day 1. Love to. We're gonna open it up for some shares here as we kick off. So review your notes and please be prepared to share 2 or 3 principles that really stood out to you from day 1. Got about we're starting in about 7 minutes. Morning, Austin. Welcome back for day 2.
My mic's been goofy. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah. How was my audio?
Great.
Very good. Okay, we'll give you guys folks a few minutes here to log in and get ready.
Good morning, guys.
Good morning. Welcome back for day 2. Glad you're able to join us.
Yes, thank you.
Say, sir, be safe driving there. Glad you're able to be with us here.
Okay, let's check. I'll turn my camera off though. Sorry.
No worries. Okay. What's the weather like where you guys are at? Here in Nevada, we had a storm roll in. It's a little drizzly this morning, but at least it's rain and not snow.
Yeah, it's all sunny and clear here. So
Sunny and 60 in Missouri.
Sunny and 60. How's that for November?
Too hot.
Well, we got snow overnight. Well, it snowed yesterday. So we've got snow and was negative 18 Celsius here this morning.
Okay.
So
Wow.
I'll take a little bit of your heat, Austin.
Well, we're supposed to be 72 next Saturday, which is opening day of deer season. And I told my wife there's not going to be any deer killed that day.
They're all going to be hiding just like the hunters.
Be hunkered down trying to stay cool.
Yeah.
It's a negative 18 Celsius. That's like what, 10 degrees Fahrenheit? That something like that.
Somewhere in there, yeah.
So well below freezing, but you guys kind of live in the North Pole, don't you, Leanne?
Well, not quite, but it's closer than you are, that's for sure.
Right.
Yeah, it's supposed to warm up over the weekend and be +4 again for a few days, but yeah.
That's warm as just above freezing, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's just above freezing. Yeah. But I don't think the snow is all gonna leave. Sadly.
All right. Welcome, Matt. Welcome, Wes. Glad you guys are able to jump on here this morning.
I don't know if Wes is gonna be here. He's got to deal with animal stuff outside because of the weather last night, so.
Okay.
He's gonna listen in if it worked.
Yeah, it looks like he was able to just log in. We're not sure.
Okay, good.
Yeah, don't know how interactive you'll be able to be, Wes, but appreciate you at least listening in the best you can. Cesar's driving. Yep. What's the weather like where you're at this morning, Matt?
It's beautiful. I sat outside in the sun. It's warm.
Yeah. Well, I guess your weather and Austin's weather are basically the same, huh? You guys are pretty much neighbors, I hear.
Basically.
We're really close.
Depends upon which side of Nevada you're on, how close we are.
North side, Compton Junction.
Yeah, you're about 20 minutes stone throw away.
That's right.
Right. Well, that's pretty neat. I know Margaret should be back for day 2, and we had somebody else that tried to log in earlier. Probably confused on the time. I got a notification, so we'll see if they
They're probably on at 2 a.m. again.
they might have been, yeah. Yeah, they were on Brian's time.
Funny thing is I remembered this time.
Good. There's Margaret. We'll let her in. Austin, let me make you co-host here just in case.
Okay.
I don't think we've got a storm, but there should not be any threat of like losing power or internet. But as we know, in rural America, that can happen. And I don't have cell phone service very well here, so if I do lose internet, it's going to take me about 5 minutes to drive down to jump on the phone, jump in my car and drive down the driveway. Okay, well,
Your
good morning,
Starlink's
everybody.
working good.
Yeah, it should be. I need to get a solar battery powered backup, and then we'll be golden. Power can go out, and as long as my battery's charged, we can just roll. So we've been asking everybody what the weather's like. Margaret, what's the weather like where you're at? In Cody, Wyoming. Let me guess, the wind might be blowing. Are you with us this morning, Margaret?
Yeah, I could never find the unmute button.
Well,
I'm here. I'm running behind schedule, of course. It was sunny this morning, a little breezy when I moved some electric fence, and but it's clouding up now. We're supposed to get rain this afternoon.
okay. Well, right on. Yep, it's raining here in Nevada. Just a nice drizzle. It's probably about 45 degrees, so it's very pleasant. Very nice fall day. So
52 here.
52. Cool. Yep. Very good. Well, welcome everyone. We're glad you're back for day 2. As we kick this off, we want to again just appreciate Austin's invocation yesterday for this event, and remind that everything that we do, we give glory to God, and are grateful for him and for the opportunity to be able to serve him. And if it's okay, I'll offer a quick prayer here this morning to kick things off. Our dear Heavenly Father, we are grateful to Thee for this opportunity to meet today as stewards of some of Thy creations, to be able to learn. And we recognize Thy hand in our lives. We are grateful for the gift of Thy Son, Jesus Christ, and the opportunity to steward some of Thy creations. We are thankful for those who are in attendance here today, and for those who were here yesterday, for their dedication, for their righteous desires to provide for their families and build businesses that glorify Thee, and to do the right things. We pray for guidance and help, and ask that Thy Spirit will be here in this meeting today, that we might be inspired, and specifically that we can know what the next steps are for each of us in our journey. We live in a turbulent times here in many ways, Father, and we're mindful of those that are suffering. We're mindful of those that are oppressed. And we recognize the wonderful blessings that we have for living in the countries that we do, and the United States and Canada, for the freedoms that we enjoy here, and also recognize how some of those freedoms are being threatened currently. We pray that through our efforts to create profitable businesses, that we can be in a place to defend truth, to be examples and be a light to others who are striving to find their way, and that they might find thee through our examples. We pray for our families. We pray for especially those that may be traveling and out working, those that might be in the elements today. Please protect them. We pray for our livestock. And we dedicate this meeting to thee and do so in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. All right. Very good. Well, thank you. Welcome back again for day 2. We're gonna jump right in as we let's see. Austin, I know you've got a little training that you're going to be doing. Before we do that, let's do a quick review. Let's do a quick review. And what I'd like to do is we're just going to go around the circle, so to speak, here, and let's share 1 or 2 takeaways. You don't have to like read your whole notes. You don't even have to refer to your notes. It could be just something that's on your heart or your mind. And I'm okay if it has nothing to do with what I said yesterday. In fact, I think that's going to be awesome. If you felt inspired, if there was an epiphanal moment where the Spirit spoke to you and you're like, hey, this is what I need to do, or here's an idea. I'm just a conduit and strive to share the message, but really the Spirit is the one that speaks the truth. So why don't we go in this order? If you're able to turn your cameras on, that's wonderful. I know Caesar speaking or driving. Let us know if you're able to unmute Cesar, and we'll go through. Why don't we start with Brian? So again, we're just going to share 1 or 2 epiphanies, 1 or 2 takeaways from yesterday. Remember, when we teach, we learn the most. So on my screen, I've got in order Brian, Cesar, Leanne, under Wes and Leanne. Selena, if you'd like to jump in here also, we'll have you go last here. Next on my screen, we'll have you go last. So we'll start Brian, Cesar, Leanne, Matt. Not sure if Wes is able to unmute, but Brian, Cesar, Leanne. So go for it, Brian. What are your takeaways from day 1?
Just a couple things. The values, the values of life and love and relationships and agriculture, obviously. And then the second one was the organizational chart that you talked about yesterday. That was huge, being able to delegate jobs and what have you when you do have the help that you need.
Thank you for that, Brian. I'm glad. I felt like I kind of muddled through that. I need to polish that a little bit, but you got the concept, right? We need to know who's responsible. We need to be able to delegate. So
Absolutely.
Perfect. Cesar, are you able to unmute?
Yes.
All right. Takeaways from yesterday.
Takeaways for me was similar. Like just from going over my business plan and just with what I have now and some of the things we went over yesterday, I most likely am gonna have to find someone to hire to help me out with this, and just being comfortable with delegating certain, I guess, tasks to them. Just because with like raw milk, you do have to be very careful. There's certain like regulations and procedures you have to follow once the milk comes out of the udder. So I'm just, I guess, a bit uptight on doing that.
Okay. Yeah. Yep. Good takeaway like that. If we think that we have to figure everything out, we are so limited. So good job, sister. Thanks for sharing that. Leanne. Under Wes and Leanne, are you there, Leanne?
Yeah, just getting my mouse to work here.
Okay, awesome. Takeaways from day 1.
Well, the one thing, with us being in the position that we're in with our business and trying to get some footing, different people we talked to, and then you mentioned it as well about mindset and your heart posture or your emotions, how that's all tied to financial success to your business. And also that that chart that you showed about how to designate different jobs to different people. What did you call that? I forget what you called it, but
The organizational chart or org chart.
yeah, that was really helpful. I have those things are in my head, but I don't quite know how to implement them. So that was
Okay.
really, yeah, that's
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Leanne, for sharing that. Matt. And then we'll go Wes if you're able to unmute. If not, we'll jump to Margaret and Jenna.
Yeah, the assignments yesterday were good. Write out my mission statement. I have it wrote down here. It's good to actually get it down on paper where I can read it. And the values, I have that wrote down. And yeah, that org chart was new to me. That's something I want to look into more. And the personal assessment I did that Colby won this morning and came out to be a peacemaker.
Did you? What are your Colby scores?
Well, I just did it quick, and what I got was 9 peacemaker.
Okay.
But I was looking for the numbers like you had listed, but I didn't see them, so I'm not sure what I'm missing. But
Okay. Yeah,
I'll
they
look
should
back
send
through
you.
my material.
All right. Yeah. They should send you, or at the very, if you created an account, you can log back in. So it should be a 4
Sure.
number.
4 digits. Yeah.
Yep. Yep. And then
Yeah.
that on our
I'll look.
strategic coach badges, when we would go to meetings, we'd actually have those numbers on our on our name tag.
Sure. Sure.
And that was just a way to be able to, I don't know, it was interesting to look around and see, okay, this is how this person operates, and the way that they
Exactly.
coached us, it was very informative to them to be able to see where we were at.
Where you were at.
Yeah. And again, it's not a strength or weakness. It's just our MO, our modus operandi, as they say. It's our natural way to be able to show up in the world. So good job.
And I think that'd be a great thing for a team to do, is to everybody do that. So we kind of help understand what our roles need to be in the business. So
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I think we have some valuable tools here. So good job. Good job. Thank you for sharing, Matt. Okay, looks like Wes is out feeding critters. So let's jump to Margaret and Jenna. Yeah, Jenna, we're just sharing our takeaways from day 1 here. So we'll see if Margaret can find the unmute button here. I can also do this and ask you to unmute, I think. But you still have to unmute on your end.
Okay, I'm still driving home. I had to go.
Oh, okay.
I had to pick up my trailer, but I can do it. I'm just turning into my street. So
Okay.
I have always have so many takeaways, because hearing everybody else's stories and all the different ideas, then my brain really gets to firing and thinking about all this stuff. And so it's awesome just from that point. I thought the health thing was really good, because I think everybody needs to pay more attention to that. I've been for several years now, really, I went to my chiropractor and did a science-based nutrition thing, and the biggest thing came back that I was dehydrated. And I was like, I drink water all the time, but I don't. I had a cup of tea, then I had a Coke, then I'd start drinking water. So I do that a lot. I drink so much more water now than I used to, and I know it helps. And I put honey in my water, and I put C90 sea salt in my water, and hydrogen tabs. And it's really been a game changer. It really helps your mind and your body. It just helps everything, really. And the other thing with the business organization, I think something you said was it was something I needed to think, me and Caesar needed to think about because we're on our own. And I thought back and I thought, no, when I got in a bind, I hired someone to clean my corrals, even though I have a tractor, and I was beating myself up because I have a payment on it, so I should be doing it. But I just wasn't having time. So I did that. And then I Airbnb my house in the summer, and I just couldn't do the changeover. So I hired someone to do that. So I think I'm starting to look at more things like that to get help. So yeah, just so many things. And I really appreciate you doing these.
Well, thank you. Yeah, this is the second one you've been on, right, Margaret?
Yes.
Yeah, and Caesar, I think second or third. So yeah, as you can tell, Margaret and Caesar, you guys know that it changes a little bit every time based on the people that are here and the current needs. So thank you very much, Margaret. Jenna. Are you with us this morning, Jenna?
I'm here.
All right. We'll see if your internet holds out. You sound a little shaky.
Okay. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I just won't turn the video on and maybe it'll be better.
Yeah. The audio's good. Audio's good.
Okay. The couple of things I took away that, that were kind of mind blowing, which should be simple, is when Selena was talking about the rest days, the gentleman and his wife who write it into their calendar about focus days, rest days, and I can't remember what the other one was.
Yeah, buffer days.
Wow, I think that is so important because I grew up like we didn't take family vacations, and my husband and I are we see the importance of that and even of keeping Sundays just for family days, and that's hard. It's hard to do those things, but I think writing them down, and we even have a sorry, my kiddos are talking. We even have a family vacation for November wrote on the calendar, and yesterday we were like, well, maybe we don't need to do that because we need to get calves sold and yada yada, all the things. And the health is always good, I think, to listen to, and that chart that you shared. An epiphany I had last night. I hope this comes out correctly.
Okay.
In our situation, Jared knows a little bit about it, but we're fifth generation, and we are buying the family ranch again for the third time. And so I just had an epiphany and in praying about things, because it's always on my heart and mind, like, what can we do different? Because I know a couple of you shared about leaving it for the next generation, and that's what my husband and I are trying to do. We want to set our children up better because we've gotten the ranch out of the situation it was in. Hopefully we can continue it, but I know the statistics for going past fourth or fifth generation aren't very high. And so the epiphany I had last night about the parable of the being a good steward of the parable of the bag of gold or the coins, and what you do with what you're given. Are you going to bury it and just sit on it? Or are you going to try to increase it and for the next generation? And I think back to what my great grandparents' vision was. I mean, they weren't around for me to talk to, but my great grandparents and my grandparents, we can look around this place and what they put in place. And I know they had dreams and a vision, and not for it just to be fought over and to be sold off, and probably for it to grow instead of decrease like it has been. But so I think that's being a good steward is building. For me, the epiphany I had was about that parable, but also about looking what the generation did before you and carrying on their dreams and vision because they had one, and not just sitting on it and burying it and fighting over it, but what can you do to put the things in place to make it sustainable and carry it on for the next generation, and having the hard conversations. And like Jared and I talked recently about, I struggle a lot with like, well, what if we have to make a hard decision to relocate or something, and letting my family down, but realizing that my family a long time ago moved away from where they were to pursue something better for their family. So just really having that epiphany last night and this morning in my prayer time. So maybe that'll help someone. I don't know. I really applaud those that are wanting to make something sustainable for the next generation, because I think it's, we've been through a family transition and it's hard. It's really hard, especially when there's a lot of fighting.
Oh, yeah.
But we're still here. So anyways, those are my takeaways.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I appreciate that. Let's give everybody an emoji, a virtual round of applause. Good job, everybody, for your shares. Selena, would you like to share?
Yeah, I can
Hmm.
share some thoughts. I think that listening to everybody's experiences and just kind of feeling some of the pain of being solopreneurs, it just really solidified in my mind, because it kind of took me back to doing all of the fulfillment. We grow in the beef, which are something that we're good at, and then try and do all the fulfillment on top of that. And we have to pull back from that. And when we go back into it, we have to really structure it differently, because I just feel like all of us as business owners need to be thinking bigger and learning how we can either partnership or work with others, building that team so that we can hit the ground running with something that can evolve and grow beyond us and not be limited to our capabilities.
Thank you, Selena. Well said. Well said. Very good job, everybody. Thank you. I appreciate your shares. Austin, any takeaways from you from day one? Anything that stood out either from what we discussed here or from your calls?
I think the biggest thing that I took away yesterday, I was here, but I was doing some multitasking outside the calls, and there is a powerful calling that each one of us have that's in this room, and it's something that you won't find in many other ag groups or ag communities. There's always going to be a presence of trust in God and wanting to do things right and wanting to be good stewards at the surface level. But I feel like what sets this group apart, this community apart, is an intense focus on a higher calling, not just to be good farmers and ranchers, not just to be good people, not just to be good business owners, but to be the best stewards because we have been called to be the best stewards. And in every area of life, whether that be our family, our business, our personal relationship with Christ, our finances, it's a deep commitment and a deep calling, and I feel like everyone here resonates with that, and it's what drives the challenge. It's what drives the commitment to the challenge to overcome that and to do whatever it takes to be successful, because we're not just here because we like raising cows, we like raising crops, or we like farming, or we like anything about it. We're here because we feel called to do this and do it to the best of our ability. And that's just a very unique aspect about this community that I see more and more at every event.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out, Austin. I feel the same way. Does that resonate with anybody else? Like, it's more than just a job. It's more than just an occupation. It's a calling, and it's a vocation. And I would remember, I don't know if this is a dictionary definition, but a mentor of mine once shared vocation in the original meaning of the term means the work that God wants you to do. And so it's more than occupation, it's vocation. It's vocation. And that's what I think we're about here. We're finding that work that God wants us to do, and we're engaging in it with our heart, might, mind, and strength. As I went for my walk this morning, it wasn't raining yet this morning, and I practiced what I preach. You know, I went and did some emotional clearing and had some conversations, and I've been dealing with this congestion for a couple weeks, and a chiropractor says it's probably some new strain of COVID or whatever. We're like, well, our immune systems are going to come out stronger. And you can tell maybe there's still a little bit more there to clear, but everything that manifests on the outside is a reflection of what goes on the inside. And there were some things that I needed to say. There were some areas in which I had been holding back and not being as bold as I needed to be. And so I called myself out on it. I coach myself and I'm harder on myself than any coach can be, with love. And so, you know, if any of my clients ever feel like, hey, that Jared's really getting after me, know that that's what I do with myself times 10 in most cases, because I want to show up in the best way for you guys and for the world, and to honor God. And it's interesting, whenever you, at least for me, I can't say this is for everyone, but for me, whenever I clear out, there is always create space to receive. So you empty out, nature abhors a vacuum, and so it's going to fill back in, and we need to be conscientious and aware, because the odds are stacked against us. We have 60,000 independent thoughts on a daily basis, and 2/3 of those are negative. So if we just do the clearing out, have that conversation, get rid of the emotions, get rid of the negative thoughts, and we don't intentionally put positive things back in, well, it's not like we've just created that space. It's going to fill back in, and likely it's going to fill back in with the negative. So on my way back from walking, in addition to saying declarations and those I am statements that sometimes my system pushes back on and says, you're not really that, I have to remind myself, no, that's how God sees me. And the other things are lies. So if I'm saying what God sees, then that is speaking the truth. I was also reminded of the 4 L's that Stephen Covey talks about. And so this will set the stage for today, and it's really what we've talked about yesterday. So I'm going to share those with you, and then we'll jump into Austin's bridge into the economics and finance. So first of all, here's the hierarchy. This is based on Abraham Maslow's work, and these aren't, I don't know if the 4 L's are something that originally that Stephen Covey came up with, but they're based on all the thought leaders throughout time speak about these principles. So
Brian had a request in the chat.
Okay, please share how these events or classes affect and help you. How they help me, Brian? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Very
intuitive question. Very intuitive. Thank you for sharing that. You know, as I was standing down by the spring, we have a couple of springs here on the ranch, one that feeds our house and then one off the hill that we irrigate with. And listening to the water flow down the creek, I asked myself that question, you know, why do I do this? Why do I face such intense pressure and opposition? And I tell you, if you ever want to tick off Satan, tell him that you've got a message. Just tell the world you've got a message to share. And I swear the gates of hell open wide, and the minions are out to get you, because he hates messengers of truth. And I'm like, why do I do this? You know, why do I subject myself and sometimes my family to this opposition? So there's 2 reasons, Brian. One of them because it's my calling. And I'm clear on that this is the work that God wants me to do. And number 2 is because I want to transform faster. And one of the ways to do that is to face that opposition and confront this junk that's buried inside me and be able to get it up and get it out. And so putting yourself out there as a messenger, it's going to bring things to the surface. That imposter syndrome that they talk about, every time it hits me hard. Every time I go to do a summit or one of these classes, or, you know, not so much on the weekly webinars or a podcast, even though it probably has just equal amount of reach, but showing up with live people in the room, it's like, whew, Satan used that one hard against me, saying like, who are you? If these people only knew, that you were deeply in debt, if these people only knew that last year there was dozens of cattle that died under your stewardship, if these people only knew that your pastures are full of weeds, they would not give you any credibility. So I'm like, heck, I'll tell them about it then. I'll tell them. I'm going to own it. Yeah, we've had foreclosure letters. Last year we ran into a patch of larkspur. We had dozens of cattle die. It was a loss year for us last year. And at the end of last year, we were scratching our heads thinking, I don't know if we're going to be in business here a year from now. So why do I do it? That's why, Brian.
Thank you for sharing that. That's awesome.
Thank you for asking. Appreciate that. It doesn't mean that you need to be a messenger, but I hope that you'll step into that calling, whatever it is that you feel in your heart. If you're running from it, that didn't work out very good for Jonah, did it? God's going to find you no matter where you go. You know, go to Nineveh. Don't try going to Tarshish. That's a rough road. I've tried going there, and you know, God will be patient, and He's full of grace. And but if you're never going to feel ready. You're honestly never going to be ready. One more quick story here, and then we'll lead into the 4Ls and then into Austin's. When we started out direct marketing, Selena, you can chime in on this also, but you know, we went to a state inspected processor in Utah, so we could sell in the state of Utah and we could ship out of Utah anywhere in the US. And we got there to pick up our meat, and we were used to these custom exempt processors where everything's boxed. We backed up to the processor, and they came out with crates, and they said, "Where are your boxes?" And we're like, "What do you mean? Don't you box it for us?" We're like, "No, we flash freeze it in these milk crates, and you need to bring boxes and box it yourself." So we had 6 beef there, and we had no boxes. And we were so naive and ignorant when it came to, I mean, we'd sold a lot of beef, like locker beef, like most ranchers do, you know. Hey, do you have a beef? Yeah, we'll send it to the local processor and we'll even haul it, drop it off. But we'd never done it. We'd never marketed. You know, we put our website together and all these things. And so here we are thinking, okay, we're going to have this premium beef. We knew it was good. The cattle were finished. They graded well. Everything was good. And we looked around for what we could find for boxes, and there was a U-Haul place just down the road. So we went and bought U-Haul boxes. And I tell you, that looked so, my kids use the word janky. I think that's maybe describe this. I don't know what the definition for that is. But I mean, here we are. We're delivering these premium beef in U-Haul boxes. And I think maybe we stuck a label on it that would look pretty classy. And then we're like, okay, where are we going to store this? We found a freezer storage, which was just down the road from the processor, and we stuck it in there. And as soon as we went to drop off our pallet of frozen beef, shrink wrapped it, stuck it in there, we're like, man, this freezer stinks. It is like a smell that I've never smelled. Well, they store bait fish in there. And so, you know, we thought, okay, well, I guess it's not going to kill anything. It's frozen. It's not like it's a spoiled, rotten smell. But it permeated those boxes. And so when we would go to load up those boxes in our trailer or in our car, especially when we were loaded in the back of the Suburban, it was just overpowering. And then we would go and drop it off to our customers' houses, haul those boxes in, and they're like, what is that smell? Like, it's okay, it's okay. We'll let us put it in your freezer and we'll dispose of the boxes. And so, oh, talk about imposter syndrome. Talk about boy, pushing some buttons there. What are, you have any comments on that, Selena? That was the thing of it is I knew the quality of the product was there. I knew it was there. I could stand behind it. I knew it was nutrient dense beef. I knew we didn't spray our fields. I knew we focused on the biology. I knew the cattle were finished. The genetics were good. But there was a lot of things that we didn't know. And we wouldn't have known if we hadn't gotten started. Like now, like Selena said, you know, we're not naive. And it's probably a good thing that we were a little bit, because we wouldn't have jumped in and jumped out there and put ourselves out there. Started a website. Selena did a bunch of Facebook Lives, and we would go to the taste testings and conferences and talk about how good our beef was, and then we'd show up with a U-Haul box that smelled like fish bait. Any thoughts on that, Selena?
It's kind of painful to listen to, but no, it just reiterates, I guess, what I shared this morning. But I appreciate your comment there, Leanne, that we do have to go through those things. We have to have our come from stories, otherwise we can't relate. We can't get in the trenches with people when it's needed. And just kind of the devotions that I've been studying lately, like that is where the growth happens. That's where the revelation, inspiration comes, is in the dark times. And we want to like shy away from those and like, oh, I don't want to have trials or hardships in my life. But when we get on the other side of it, we most of the time wouldn't trade it, because that was where we came better. Heard him speak to us more fully, and that's happened multiple times in our lives. So we can't begrudge those growing experiences, a catalyst, and not as something that beats us down and lets the adversary win. So
Yeah, thank you, Selena. Okay, the 4 L's: live, love, learn, leave a legacy. Those are the 4 basic human needs. Live, we talked about that a lot yesterday. Our need for nutrition. That's the basic need: food, water, shelter. When those things are provided for, then we can keep climbing up that hierarchy of needs to love, to be able to have that fulfillment that comes through relationships. We know what happens to babies when they're neglected and they're not touched physically, where we're just a bunch of big babies. We're seeking for this fulfillment and this connection, but a lot of times we're doing it through our screens and through social media, not social interaction, not the way that God intended for us to be able to have that need of love fulfilled. To learn, one of my values is lifelong learning. If we're not learning, if we're not progressing in our mental capacity, then we're actually digressing. And I believe that it is a basic human need for us to be able to come alive and feel like we're human beings, not just human doings. We criticize sometimes in agriculture those who may spend an afternoon reading a book, and it's taken a long time for me to be able to realize that learning is work, and it's valuable work, and it's godly work, and it's sometimes the most important work that we could actually do, even if it has nothing to do with our vocation. You know, I'm looking here at my desk, and most of my books are business type books, but we have to bring balance in our learning as well. Read some biographies, obviously read our scriptures and connect with God. But we can't, if we're not taking care of our physical needs on the living portion, if we're not solid in our relationships, then it's harder to devote that time to learning. And then the last one is to leave a legacy. And today, well, the whole everything is connected. Everything that we've talked about incorporates these 4 L's, these 4 basic human needs. That need for not only perpetuating the species, but perpetuating the cause that we're about. Leaving a legacy and having that mindset of 7 generations of what are we doing today that our ancestors are going to look back and recognize the way that we lived, the values that we had, even 7 generations into the future. 7 generations ago, our ranch that we steward was not inhabited by my family, or likely even 7 generations ago, it wouldn't have even been settled. There would have been Native Americans that lived here, and they did live here, and they were more hunter-gatherers. There's still remnants. There's still arrowheads at some of the springs that we have. There's some rock blinds where they would hide and would hunt deer. I assume primarily deer would have been the species that were here. And so am I honoring what they did. And in this light, I wanted to play this song. I hope it'll work. I think if I put my microphone up by my speaker, it will work. But I want you to just pause and really listen to the lyrics of this song, because it speaks to everything that we're talking about here. It's by Canadian, eh? Do you guys know Cord Blund by chance, Leanne?
No, I've never heard of him.
Never heard of Cord Blund. He's kind of a cowboy singer. So this song is called S Lazy H. Let me actually start with a different one and see if you guys, let me know if you can hear this. Oh, I guess it's not going to play over that. I'm gonna have.
If you're on your computer, you should just be able to share your computer sound.
Okay, did that come through?
No, I didn't hear anything.
Okay. What do I need to do to make that? What do I need to do to make that so it plays through?
If you go to share and then click on advanced, you should be able to
Advanced sharing options. Okay.
yep, and then over on the right hand side, I think it should say where you can share sound.
How many participants? Multiple participants. Host. Are you under the share or under audio?
I'm under the share.
Wonder if I
If
can
you
share.
go to the advanced tab on the right hand side, there should be an
Okay.
option to share sound.
How come I'm not seeing it? We probably can figure out a workaround around this. I know what I can do. Let me I'm not seeing it here on mine. All I have is how many participants can share, who can share when someone else is sharing, or the
Are
things
you in the share tab itself?
kind of down at the bottom.
Yeah, that green button with the arrow.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And you open that up and you should have screens, documents, advanced tabs.
Oh, share sound. Share sound.
Mm-hmm.
No. Okay. Let me try again and see. Not the end of the world. I think I've got
It's coming through.
anything.
Yeah.
Did you hear that? Does it sound okay, or is it
I didn't play long enough but I heard it.
okay? Let me how was that?
Not hearing anything.
Okay. Let me actually do this. I'm gonna pull it up on hook up my external mic and pull it up on here, and I'll find it on Spotify, and I'll just put my mic up to my phone here. Go. All right, let's try.
Who did you say that author was, or the singer was?
His name is Corb. C-O, like, I don't know what it's like. C-O-R-B Lund. Corb Lund. Technology. Isn't that wonderful? Why is it doing that?
Well,
Okay. I got to close Spotify on here. There we go. Okay, we'll figure this out. We'll figure this out. Okay, tell me if this works. How does that sound?
Don't hear anything.
Okay, let me.
Now you're muted.
Okay, I think what I need to do is go into the audio settings on. Let me X out of here. Okay, audio, and then if I go to, let's see, there's something in here that live performance audio. Okay, see if this works. How about that? Yeah, no.
Not hearing anything right now.
Could you hear something when I was?
What's the name of the song?
It's called S Lazy H. If you find it, and you can play it, you might be able to. It really ties in all original sound for musicians. Okay, let me try one more time.
No, that's not picking it up.
Is that working?
Yeah. Okay. Listen to this.
Well, I was born in this valley, on this ranch I was raised. I learned to rope and dally on the S, lazy H. Well, the roots of my people, they run deep on this place. I am 6th generation on the S, lazy H. And when it came to the future, I never gave it a thought. If there were broncs to be broken, endless steers to be caught, where my youth, it was carefree, for the work was my play, and what I loved would always be there on the S, lazy H. I had one beloved sister, a few years younger than me. Before a soul cowboy had kissed her, she left for school in the East. Me, I might have gone to college, might have liked to fly planes, but my dad needed help to run the S, lazy H. So I worked there alongside him, put out all years in this place, and I gained appreciation for the lines on his face. And when Mom had grown older, and when Dad passed away, it fell to me to look after the S, lazy H. By now my sister, she had married a sharp attorney back east. We didn't see eye to eye, but I did my best to make peace. What did they see when they looked over the fence one fine day? They saw a whole lot of value in the S, lazy H. So after thought and assessment, the court awarded them half, and no calf operation carries that kind of cash. Well, I worked through the numbers, worked them every which way. Yeah, I went through the numbers. Oh, and boys, I'm afraid I had to sell 20 sections of the S, lazy H. Sometimes right isn't equal, sometimes equals not fair. There will soon be rows of houses on that ridge over there. Many lifetimes of labor will be all but erased. So shed a tear and look skyward. God help the S, lazy H. The last few years were a struggle, but I gave it my best, and I tried to go forward on the land that was left. Well, I have lived with the sorrow, and I will die with the shame. For now the bank owns what's left of the S, lazy H.
Okay. I don't know why that brings up emotion for me. That's not. I didn't realize that song was so depressing. Makes you feel something, and it's maybe it's not hope, but boy, that's the reality of a lot of agriculture right now, right? That story sums it up. So what do we do differently? What do we do differently? So we're not the S, lazy H. So we're not owned by the bank, so that we're not divided. That's one of the purposes of this class. And so, Austin, whew, that's a tough act to follow, Austin, but we're going to turn it over to you because I got to gain my composure here. I guess why does that hit so close to home is because it's not our exact story by any means, but our ranch has been divided at least 4 times. Once when my aunt and uncle came, was divided between my mom and dad, and that was the right thing to do. Mom and dad and grandpa took one portion, my aunt and uncle took another portion. When we sold our BLM allotment, it was again divided, and again, that was the right thing to do. When my siblings received their inheritance, it again was divided. They had 12,000 acres. My mom and dad had a lot of foresight, and they knew that if they were to receive that as an inheritance and they wanted to keep the ranch as a working ranch, they gave them the uplands and the mountain, and we have the meadows and the low-lying property. And just like in that song, we looked at the numbers, we looked at the $3 million price tag for that 12,000 acres, and there was no way we could make it cash flow to be able to buy that. And so somebody else owns that. And when we got that foreclosure letter in the mail and we lost those cows last year, I thought, well, maybe the bank will own this. Not likely the bank, but maybe it would be sold. And to add perspective, I mean, sold and we would walk away multimillionaires, right? Pretty tough on us. Pretty tough luck. but it's not what we wanted. It's not what we wanted. We wanted to perpetuate that legacy. So we doubled down, and we were prayerful, and we figured some things out, and we're still figuring it out. And we knew that this challenge was not unique to us, and that we needed to not only solve some of these challenges for our legacy, but also for many of those in this industry. And so as we dive into the economics, well, first, let me just open it up. Are there any thoughts or comments, anything that you guys would want to share before we jump into the economics and finance? Okay. So Austin, that's our next section, and I've asked Austin to kind of bridge this gap, and so let's run with it, Austin.
All right. Well, as I mentioned yesterday, in addition to working on the sales team with Ag Stewart, I also do personal finance coaching. So Jared asked me to kind of lead into the economics and financial sessions today with a really short, just kind of overview to get us in the right mindset and the right mood and be thinking about money in a positive manner. As we were kind of visiting last night, he asked if there's anything that I wanted to kind of highlight, and I threw a few ideas together of some of the really high, um, or the overall pieces that I see so many farmers and ranchers struggling with, and what makes financial management challenging aside from the numbers, aside from the budget, aside from the mathematical equations that we have to figure out. There's some fundamental principles to money and finances and how we respond to and talk about and manage our money that is universal. And if we implement these tactics, then no matter what the mathematical formula is, we're better prepared to handle the good times, the bad times, and everything in between. So I'm going to take us a few minutes, and I'm kind of calling this mini session the power of a positive relationship with your money, because I think that's really the fundamental approach and tactic that everyone has to have in order to be successful long term in agriculture. So this is going to be a little bit interactive. And I apologize, I don't really have any slides or anything super prepared. I'm just going to kind of be shooting from the cuff and talking from my heart and hoping that it resonates with you guys. But I do want you to, to start off by dropping your answer in the chat on this. When you think of money, do you feel freedom and confidence or fear and frustration? So if you feel freedom and confidence, I want you to drop a 1 in the chat. If you feel fear and frustration, I want you to drop a 2 in the chat. Whenever you just think about money in any capacity. We got a lot of 2s coming in, which is what I expected. That's the standard answer that most people have when they think about money is they are fearful, they're frustrated, there's confusion, there's overwhelm, there's uncertainty, there's a lot of negative emotions and negative thoughts that come up whenever we start thinking about money. And why do you think that is, guys? Why do you think that that is something that we struggle with? Well, the reality is the difference between which of those two sentiments you're going to relate to is really based upon two main factors. Whenever you have a negative view of money or you don't understand how to manage it, you allow it to control you. Money becomes the lord over you whenever you have a negative view of money or you don't understand how to manage it. But whenever you have a positive view of money and you believe that it's a tool, you gain control over your money. You become the one in charge. You become the one that has the power and authority and ability to tell your money where to go and what to do for you versus being under its authority and control over you. So that's really where this all lies, is if we have a feeling of fear and frustration, we probably have a somewhat negative view of money, or we just don't understand how to use it to our own ability, how to manage it, how to be a proper steward of it. So we feel like it is controlling us. Versus if we have a sense of freedom and confidence in what money is doing for us, we probably have a positive view of money. We probably believe that it is a tool, that we are in charge of managing it, and then we have the ability to do a good job in that. So I'm just going to break down really how we can understand these two differences and how we can maybe switch our mindset a little bit to have that positive view and be in control. So, what does a negative view of money look like? Well, some of these sentiments are probably going to relate to you guys. So, if you say yes, this makes sense, drop that in the chats or drop that in the chat. Money is bad, and I shouldn't have a lot of it. If you've ever felt that, then let me know. Money is bad, and I shouldn't have a lot of it. Or maybe you felt like, hey, we can never get ahead. No matter what, we're just going to be in this spot. We can never actually get ahead financially. You maybe even felt, I'm not good with money and I don't know how to manage it. So even if I do have a lot of it, I'm just not going to be a very good steward and very good manager. And that's just how it is. If you've ever felt any of those sentiments, then that's a reflection of a negative view of money. So let's flip that around a little bit. Let's look at what does a positive view of money look like and how can we embrace that? Well, the first attitude and sentiment that you might have is money is a tool that I can use to accomplish my goals. That immediately puts you in the driver's seat. Because I'll be honest with you guys, money is only going to do what you tell it to do or what you let it do. It's a living, breathing um, symbol of you. So it's only going to do what you tell it to do or what you let it do. And if you don't tell it to do anything, you have no control over what it's going to make you do. That's the honest reality around the whole financial situation and management. So a positive view of money, money is a tool that I can use to accomplish my goals. Now, the other positive view of money might be if I have a plan and tell my money what to do, I will have fewer financial struggles and more financial success. Now, is that a guarantee that's going to be easy? No, it's never going to be always easy, never going to be a guarantee of your success, but you will have fewer struggles and more success because you have a plan and you're telling your money what to do. You remain in charge. And then the last view is, heck, I may not be a budgeting pro, but I can make intentional spending and saving decisions that support my goals and my objectives for my money. Now, a key part of that is it is my choice, my decision, my actions, my responsibility. No one else is going to do this for you. So there is an accountability to that, but you also have the empowerment. If you have a positive view of money, that even though I'm not the best at budgeting, at managing money, I may not be the absolute best person out there with finances, but I can make those intentional decisions and I can support my goals and my objectives for my money. So those are the elements of a positive view of money. Now, what I really want to have you guys understand is it's easy to talk about what negative and what positive, the difference there, and what that looks like in your life. It's harder to sometimes embody that and embrace that and implement that. So really the underlying theme that maybe you guys can relate to and how you have developed a positive or negative view around money is having a scarcity or abundance mindset. Have you guys ever felt like you had a scarcity or abundance mindset with money? Um, Scarcity really just means that you believe that no matter how much there is, there's never enough and it may not last. You can have $1 million in the bank. How long is it going to be there? Is that ever going to be enough? We're going to have a $2 million emergency, right? Take that into smaller equation. If I am making $50,000, is that going to be enough? Is that going to last? Versus abundance believes that no matter how little there is, there's always enough and there's always going to be more to come. So you're never capped and limited by your ability and your finances because you always believe there is more out there for me. And I have the ability to generate more and to be a better steward with more. So what that really leads to then is scarcity drives people to make decisions based out of fear versus abundance drives people to make decisions based out of opportunity. And that's where this whole element really comes into play. When you believe in opportunity, you believe in abundance, you believe in a positive mindset, then no matter how smart you are with money, you make better decisions because you have more confidence in your ability and you believe in the freedom and the opportunity through finances. So what I want to kind of leave you guys with, this is going to be very high level, but hopefully it motivates you and inspires you as we go into these financial discussions and topics. That whenever you do have the right mindset and the right relationship with money, here's 5 things that you can do with money. You can be confident in your ability to succeed financially. You can make smart spending and saving decisions. You can grow your wealth. You can grow yourself. And then ultimately, you can achieve financial success that most only dream of. Because the reality is, most people don't have a positive view of money. Most people don't believe in themselves and their ability to manage money, so they don't even try. But if you guys embrace the opportunity, embrace the mindset, learn and act upon what financial management principles and tactics are, then you've already set yourself apart as a minority that's going to succeed and going to have a positive financial future. So that's kind of what I wanted to share with you guys today. I hope that is high level enough to allow a lot of conversation and also detailed enough that you have some takeaways. And Jared, I'd be glad to answer any questions that folks have around this whole concept of a positive relationship with money.
That's awesome. Great segue, Austin. I appreciate that. So if you have any questions, feel free to unmute. Jenna asked the question. Can you jot those affirmations down, Austin, and share them if you're able to
Absolutely.
paste those in the chat? That'd be awesome. What I invite you to do, where this is going to be a bit of a working break. We're going to take 5 minutes here, and your assignment is to journal. Money is, and then ... and whatever comes to mind. If you need to jump up, get a drink of water. But that's the assignment. When we come back from that, I want you to have, some statements of money is, this is your perception, and don't filter it. It's really important. Just don't filter it. Just let yourself freely write. You're not judging whether it's good or bad. It's just money is, and then whatever comes to mind, and just write. And so we'll see you back here in 5 minutes. So that will be at 10:13 my time, 13 after the hour. Oh yeah, and Selena asked the last 5 things we can do to have a positive view. That I only got 4 of those too. If you want to copy those, thank you, Austin.
Absolutely.
We'll see you guys in at 13 after. Okay, we'll just start wrapping up there, guys. We'll bring it back here in a minute. Okay, thanks again. Thanks again, Austin, for that great training. There we are. What a important principle there of our view of money. So now I invite you to look over that list, and here is where you are going to add some judgment. Go ahead and put a plus sign or a negative sign if those statements, if those things that you wrote down about money, if they're positive and they're serving you, or if they're negative and if they're a disservice to you. This is where you will use your discretion. So super simple, just look at those statements. We've written down money is blank, 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 fill in the blank, and then go ahead and put a positive or a negative based on each of those statements. This is your judgment alone. Give me a thumbs up when you're done. Okay. Everybody got each of those statements? Good, good. Okay. Let's count up the positives and count up the negatives and put your score in the chat. So that will look like just positive 5, negative, negative, negative 3, something like that. So of the different statements that you've had, let us know how many positive, how many negative. So far, we've got one answer from Brian. Okay, -2 plus 2. Thank you, Jenna. Thank you, Cesar. Margaret, Wes, and Leanne. Where are you guys at? Okay, +2, -3. And Margaret, she's still tallying up here. Okay. All right. All right. No longer entertaining negative thoughts about money. Love it. Okay. Very good. Good for you, Margaret. Margaret, what made the shift for you? What you said over the last 6 months you've been working a lot on your mindset. Just what was there something that was a catalyst for that?
Yes. When we did I think the last workshop we did was in May, and you asked the question, and we had to fill out money is what, and I wrote the root of all evil. And I think I was in tears by the end of our conversation, but I really realized that was part of my problem. And I'm trying to think how it goes. So I talked to my brother about his view of money, because I'm 4.5 years older than him, but he doesn't have the negative thought about it. So I was trying to figure out familial, like why I got that. I watched my parents live paycheck to paycheck. And so that's what I do. So I realized it was something, like I've been working on my whole life. And then I sent you the thing that Elon Musk did. He had a talk on his podcast he does, and it said it was the 7 things that poor people do that rich people don't. And he went through the Bible doesn't say money is the root of all evil. It says the love of money is the root of all evil. And so I just have kept telling myself that. And so I didn't write, of all the things that Austin just went over, I didn't write anything down about the negative, because I have to, I've already lived that, so I only wrote the positive things down. And one of the things he said was, money doesn't have morality. It's not good or bad. But if you're a good person, you can do more good with more money. If you're a bad person, you'll probably do more bad with money.
Yeah.
So I don't know how many times I listened to that while I was driving. And then after the last summit was in October in Tara.
Uh-huh.
And so I did have a call with her. I can't afford to have her be my coach right now. But just in that hour, I realized, because I would say that I'm an ostrich about money. I will just not look at it. I'll just stick my head in the sand. Because it's always worked out. For if I look back, it always has worked out eventually. I haven't lost anything. I've been on the border a couple of times. And so I sat down after the call and I finally wrote down all the bills that I had coming due for the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
And I realized I had enough money to pay it.
Yeah.
And so I went, oh, see? And so I emailed her and said, I can't afford to do that right now, but she had already helped me immensely because it gave me the courage to sit down and look at it. Because you could see my desk here, you'll just see all these all these envelopes, and it's not organized. And if I don't think about it, then like I can just push it away. But I'll worry about it because I don't think I could do it. So once
Yeah.
I actually wrote it down and then start crossing stuff off and actually paying the bill, because I will let them sit there also, even though I had the money to pay for it, I wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, it's
Cool
been
lessons.
it's been a big change, and so hopefully I can keep doing it.
Yeah. What's your level of confidence that you can keep doing it?
10.
Okay. What would hold you back? What would sabotage that success?
Oh, just my own negative thinking. I had a friend tell me, she was just like, you always come out okay. I'm like, really? Because I don't think of that. I just want to beat myself up instead of going, oh, look what I did do. And
Yeah.
if I focus on the stuff that I have done, I should be very proud of myself.
Yeah. Okay. Super good lesson there. Every month when we meet in our mastermind group, one of the very first things that we do, first assignment is, what are your wins for the last month? Sometimes they're relative to goals. Sometimes they're just, it could be, I to ask them to dig deep, 3 wins. And it could be something that's just as simple as, hey, I got up on time once. But the fact that you're looking for the positive, more positive is going to show up.
Right.
If you look for the negative, it's always going to be there, and you can always beat yourself up. And yeah, you don't need to beat yourself up, Margaret. You're doing better than you think you're doing.
Right.
Listen to your friend. She's wise.
And that's the other thing. It was to stop talking to negative people, like keeping them out here. The people that are like, why are you doing that? Why are you working so hard? Why do you do that? And talking to my friends that are very encouraging, that we encourage each other. And I've just had to make a conscious decision to not give the negative people as much of my time.
Love it. Love it. Thank you, Margaret. Let's give Margaret a big round of applause. Give her some, where are those? There we are. There's our, there we go. All right. Thank you for sharing. That is, again, just a second witness to what Austin taught, that our relationship with money is going to be reflected so much in what we're doing. And why do I lead off with this? It's because, if we just jump into the tools and we have a negative relationship with money and we think money is evil, we're always going to sabotage our success. Like, as soon as we get ahead, and we're a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? We said, well, we can never get ahead. When we start to get ahead, we're going to sabotage ourselves. Okay, so we're going to jump into some slides here, and then we'll do a breakout session. So Austin, if you can stay on, Selena, we'll probably just go into 2 rooms. So we can divide up here when we go into those 2 rooms here in just a minute. But all right, so here we are, the profitability framework. That's our next section that we're going to talk about here. You guys identified it. It's been identified in each of the summits over, I think, the last 4 summits I've asked. What's your number one concern? It's been finances, profitability, lack of profitability. I don't know if that's always been the case in agriculture, but certainly it is now, and I feel it too. I get it. So one day when I woke up, came out to breakfast, and not every day do we do this, but we try to read scriptures in the morning, and sometimes we'll take turns reading a verse or doing a section from a book of scripture. And my daughter was in charge of the devotional that morning, and she read these scriptures from Matthew 6, verses 25 through 34. I won't read the whole things, but basically the apostles were worried about, hey, we've got families, we've got obligations, we've left our businesses, and how are we going to take care of our needs, our food, our clothing? And Christ's answer was, take no thought. Consider the lilies of the field. I take care of them, and trust me, I will take care of you. So what does that mean? Take no thought. It doesn't mean that we don't prepare. What it means is that we have faith and we cast aside fear, doubt, and worry. Those negative emotions that will eat us alive if we let them. Okay, so question here, how much money do you want to make? I'm going to invite you to put that in the chat. How much money do you want to make? Most of us in farming and ranching, we think about things on an annual basis. So let's go 2026. What's your income goal for 2026? And let's make it net. Net means after all expenses. So that's true profitability. You've paid everything. You've paid yourself. Net profit is after you pay yourself. We're going to talk about that in just a minute, but it's how much do we have profit that we get to decide what we're going to do with at the end of 2026. And I invite everybody to put a number in the chat. And there's no judgment here. This is net profit. Okay. All right, very good. Thank you, Cesar. 5,000. Good, good, good. Yep, everybody put up a number. Good job, Margaret. Thank you, Selena.
Selena thinks more than you, Jared.
I know. She's always been that way. Jenna, good job. Okay. All right. Has everybody got a number? Everybody got a number? Austin, what's your number? Did you put one in there?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Okay. What's your goal for your net profit after expenses 2025? All sources of income.
So for this year?
No, sorry, excuse me, 2026. Looking at,
okay.
We'll say we're projecting out a year from now. We're wrapping up 2026. What's your income goal? Okay, everybody, I think answered, right? All right, very good. Thank you. So how are we going to get there? How are we going to get there? All right, so the profitability framework. When we do a cash flow budget with our clients, the very first thing that we put in there is how much money do we want to make? That is counterintuitive to the way most budgets are even laid out. Most of the time, your profit is down at the bottom. We're going to put that up at the very top, and we're going to treat it like an expense. It's not an expense. Your banker's going to push back on that or whatever. They're going to be like, yeah, whatever. I'm going to put it in my spreadsheet. But you know in your heart and in your mind, because you've been to this class, because you're striving to be profitable stewards, that you're going to plan for profit first. So very first, wait a minute. Maybe it shouldn't be first. Maybe we should decide how much tithing we're going to pay first. And then maybe that second number will be easier. I got to rethink this here. Note to self. Larry H. Miller, he's a multi-millionaire. He owned a bunch of car dealerships and a bunch of other properties. And I think he would own some ranch property. He passed away. He was the lived in Utah. And he said that he would pay tithing at the beginning of the year based on how much money he wanted to make that year. He paid God first. Like, okay, maybe that's the way we should do it. So make note of that. In my notes, I have profit first, plan for profit first. Pay yourself, number 2. So we don't just take what's left over. We actually put a wage in as an expense, and generally that will come below the line. Below the line meaning that it's going to be, you'll have all of your business expenses up here, and then you'll draw out a lease payment or withdrawal from the business after you've figured out if your business is profitable. And so that could be argued either way. That's going to be down at the bottom, but bottom line, it's going to come out of the net. Brian, what was your question?
So my question is if you're planning for profit first and to pay yourself, how do you know how to do that if you don't even know how much money you're going to make first and foremost, or how to even achieve that?
Yeah. So this is where the worlds kind of clash between the principles of, if you guys have ever watched The Secret, listen to Earl Nightingale's The Strangest Secret, or read Napoleon Hill's Think and Grow Rich, where we activate the imagination, which Einstein explained that imagination is greater than knowledge. That when we have an active imagination, that supersedes knowledge, because knowledge is somewhat limited. Imagination is unlimited. But we're like, but wait, there's natural law, there's all these things. So to answer your question, Brian, it's kind of a 2-part answer. One of them is, how much do you want to make? Not based on this is how much I'm worth, or this is how much my expenses are. You don't justify it. You tap into, what do you want? How much do you want? And a lot of times we're taught in our programming, like, if we're to go back through some of those negative statements, a lot of them we inherited from our parents or the community. We're taught we shouldn't want things. So we're going to activate that. And then the second is we look at it and we say, okay, how can we make this happen? But if we start with the how first, when we don't have a clear how, when that how is not clear, it shuts down our mind. And I can almost imagine, because I've been there, when somebody asks me, how are you going to do that? I want to shrink. My posture goes down. My head sinks. I don't know how. It's not that we're not going to figure out how, but if we start with the how, if we lead out how we're going to do this, it makes it a lot harder to be in the space to be able to tap into our imagination, creativity, receive inspiration from God, look at the resources that are all around us, this abundance that Austin talked about. So did that answer your question, Brian?
Jared, if I can add a comment to that, we talk a lot about goal setting and the power of a written goal.
Mm-hmm.
And the same concept applies to this. When you write down how much money you want to make, you now have a personal expectation of yourself to do what it takes to make that happen. It's like whenever you're writing goals, there's a measurement, and if you don't write it down, then who's to say that you did or didn't do what you said you were going to do? But stating that up front has the same power as a written goal. In we don't know how, we don't know when, why, but this is our goal. So what's it going to take to accomplish that?
Yeah. Yep. So great. Thank you.
Awesome.
What did you hear, Brian? I want to just, if you'd be willing to share what came through.
Just goal setting is obviously the key to it. And speak it into existence, as my papa would say. If that's what you want to make, then make it. That's up to you to do. And and I'm obviously short saying what you guys just said, but because I don't want to take up too much time, but I mean, really and truly, it's all based off of what I want to make, I guess, and what goals I want to do to get there.
Mm-hmm. Well said. Thank you, Brian. Thank you. Good question. The other way that I look at this is I look at what would it cost to replace you. So a lot of times in our businesses, and I think specifically of like Wes and Leanne, and all of the responsibilities that Wes has on his shoulders. And so if I could put you on the spot here for just a second, Leanne, what would it cost you to replace Wes? Like, let's say that you're going to hire somebody to do the work that Wes does in the business on an annual basis. What would you have to pay that person just in wages? Plus, you're going to probably have to provide housing and other things. Do you have a number in mind? And you can either unmute and tell us or throw it in the chat.
Yeah, at least 100,000,
Okay.
probably.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
high dollar value.
are you paying Wes out of the business 100,000?
I doubt it. Not at this point.
Not at this point. Okay. And generally that's the truth. That's the reality of where we're at. There's a gap between what it would cost to replace us and what we're actually pulling out. And we could argue that, yeah, we're building equity, but you know what? Equity doesn't pay for braces or medical bills or put food on the table unless we leverage against it. And that doesn't necessarily is a good thing if we're just leveraging equity to make wages. Leveraging equity is not sinful. It's not wrong, but it's not sustainable if we're just doing it to pay our expenses where there's no asset to offset it. So thank you, Leanne, for appreciate your candidness there. And then we ask ourselves, does it align with our vision, mission, and values, or in the Savory Institute terms, we call that our holistic context? Because when we're looking at opportunities, we need to quickly be able to discern between an opportunity and a distraction and not get this shiny object syndrome where we're chasing everything. The way that we do that is we define our vision, mission, and values. And that's why we start with that first. Just begin with why. Okay. So here's where the fun part comes in. Let's talk a little bit about what this XY axis economic model actually means. So if we have our income or expenses on our left-hand side and our number of units produced on the bottom on the right-hand side, I don't remember which is X and which is Y. We'll just call it vertical and horizontal. So the vertical line represents our income and expenses, or dollars spent or dollars that come in. The horizontal line represents the number of units that's actually produced. Okay. So what we are, there's two types of expenses, first of all. So if we're going to ranch, what are the things that we're going to need? We'll make this really interactive because this, that's the best way that it works. So if everybody would just unmute and shout out some things. What are we going to need if we're going to start from scratch and make a ranch?
A well.
What was that, land?
Okay. Land.
Sorry, what? I missed what you said. What was the?
A well. Or wells.
There's kind of an echo there. You might have to throw it. Sorry. What was it?
A well.
A well. Okay. Okay. And for context, is that? Oh, a well. Got it. Okay. So is that for stock water or is that for irrigation? What else are we going to need if we're going to ranch?
You're going to need animals. You're going to need land.
Okay. Let me stop share so I can actually see you guys. Okay. Animals, we're going to need land. Okay.
Infrastructure.
Infrastructure. Okay. What else are we going to need? Okay, a vet. We're going to have some professional help.
What about liquid assets like your tractor, your your fencing, stuff like that?
Yep, some equipment. Very good. Okay. Okay, so let's go back to our economic model and let's start, yeah, some ATVs. Okay. So when we look at this, I should probably draw this out. We'll run with this one for this time. Our two biggest overhead expenses are land, whether that's land payments to purchase or land lease, and we treat that as an overhead expense, and our labor. So let me explain. If we have a 200 head capacity ranch, there's going to be a certain amount of expenses that are going to that, regardless whether we have one cow or we're at full capacity at 200 head. The labor is also going to be the same to an extent, whether we have 100 cows or 200 cows. Wes, when he's out feeding, if he adds an extra 10 cows, it's not going to take an extra even 10 minutes to feed those extra 10 cows. So land and labor are our two biggest overhead expenses. Some of the other things that would go in there would be like our insurance, just basically the costs of being able to be in business. That's not relevant to the number of units that are produced. So we call those our overhead costs. So if we look at the things that you've mentioned on your list of what it's going to take to have a ranch, those overhead costs are basically anything that's tied to the land as a permanent, so our infrastructure, anything that if you sold the ranch, you would walk away from, the next owner would have, those would be overhead expenses. The next type of expense would be our variable costs, or we call them direct costs. In QuickBooks, it calls them, in some accounting, it calls them costs of goods sold. So those would be items that would go up proportionate to the number of units that are produced. So let's just take a cow-calf operation. What are the things that are going to go up on a per unit basis? Meaning each cow that you run, you're going to have to pay more of what to be able to run one additional cow? Go ahead and throw those in the chat. So what are going to be in a traditional livestock cow-calf operation, what are going to be our direct costs? Let me open up the chat. So feed, yep, number one. Feed. It is going to take more feed to run 2 cows versus 1 cow, right? Or 100 cows versus 200 cows. The other things, the variable costs are generally all vet. You're absolutely right. Yep, or vet expenses, tags and medication. Yep, and that's pretty much it. The other one is freight. Those are the biggest ones that we have. It's going to cost more to technically to haul, extra cows, which we transport our cows from one location to another. A lot of people do. So each cow is proportionally going to have to pay its way for that truck to come and pick them up and haul them. All right. So for each unit sold, that represents our income line. And what do we call this line right here? Somebody spout it out. Or no, this line right here. This point at which our income meets our variable costs and our overhead cost is called anybody know that one from economics? Break even. Yep, very good. Okay, so economists, bankers, they're really worried about your break even. We don't focus on break even. we focus on the right side of the line and profitability. It's good to know what it costs you to produce whatever it is you're producing. A dozen eggs, a wean calf, a whole broiler, whatever it is. It's good to know that, but we don't shoot for break even. We've got to shoot for the right side of the line. And basically what this is illustrating, this is from the Savory Institute book, by the way. It's showing that if we're able to increase our stocking rate without adding additional land, we're automatically going to be moving into the profit area. So let's say if we're able to increase our stocking rate by 50%, run 50% more cows, we have now this much of a profit margin. If we're able to double our stocking rate, we now have this much of a profit margin. And so when Tony Malmberg says that increasing your stocking rate is the number one indicator of a regenerative ranch, this helps us understand why, right? Because there's a lot of margin for error, for market fluctuations, for drought, for destocking. If you have everything in place that we talked about from the 4 ecosystem processes yesterday, and the right animals with the right margin to be able to produce this profit. So let me just pause here and see, are there any questions on this economic model?
Question for you.
Yeah, Brian.
If you don't mind. So as a one of the sole proprietors of mine and my wife's business, how do you calculate labor and such, to where you can add that for, like you were saying, like if she had to replace me by chance, so I guess in the aspect of where I'm at, how do you calculate for that?
Yeah, really good question. So remember, labor is one of our overhead costs. Even your own labor should be calculated there. And even if you're not paying yourself, in the economic calculations that we do through a ranch vision, it's going to basically say you're worth this much because it's going to ask you. So whether it's paid or unpaid labor. So there's two parts to that. There is management and there's the ownership labor, Brian. The management labor generally tends to be the whatever the going rate is, $15, $20 an hour laborer. That's the work that maybe you are currently doing. The ownership or leadership, that's more of the $50 to $100 to $1,000 an hour work that you're doing, which is strategic work within your business. Another way to think of that is the E-Myth talks about working in the business versus working on the business. Both of those are essential, and you're probably doing both of them right now. The easier one to delegate is the working in the business work. That does mean just go back to the principles we talked about yesterday, the proper delegation, right? So how do we do that? How do we do that? I would encourage you to look at hours spent in both of those areas, Brian. How much time is spent working in the business, and then just put a dollar figure to it. How much time is spent working on the business, put a dollar figure to that. And then say, okay, this is how much it would cost to replace me. Is that helpful? Is that enough context to be able to come up with a number?
Yes and no. I mean, I understand the concept and I understand where you're, the terminology of what you're saying, but again, just not knowing everything right now, it's hard to put that dollar amount on.
And is that because it's still in the concept and the planning phase versus like in the production phase?
Yeah, because I mean, really and truly, I mean, everything starts from scratch, regardless of what season it is, because everything that we do is seasonal. So everything
Okay.
transitions. And so everything, like your fruits and vegetables, a lot of those are seasonal, and you can't do those, but your culinary herbs or something like that, I'm just giving examples, you can do year round. So there's that discernment of, different stuff for different seasons. So literally you start from scratch every season.
Okay. Yeah. And so there's probably going to be a margin of error, and for everybody there is, Brian. It would be, take your best educated guess, say, hey, how many hours do I work each week on average? Of those hours, how much of it's management, how much of it's ownership work? And then it's not that you necessarily need to pay yourself or charge back, hey, for every hour I'm in the office, I need to be earning $100 an hour. But you should be looking at, okay, what is the $100 an hour work that only I can do? And even if it's not necessarily what we feel is in our genius right now, that's the hard work to delegate, the vision creation, the leadership. And Selena, can you send in my computer cord, please? Like, you can delegate your taxes, you can delegate that $100 an hour work, right? But when it comes to even me as a coach, I can't do that work for your business and receive the inspiration that is unique to you. Because ultimately, I can give you the best ideas in the world, but are you going to implement them? A lot of times, unless they're your ideas and you have the conviction, then you're not going to take that action. So anyway,
Absolutely. That makes all the sense in the world, and I appreciate it. I just sometimes, you got to have a little different insight or somebody else's opinion sometimes to kind of guide you, in a way that you don't think, or thinking outside the box per se.
yeah. Well, thank you for asking that question. That I hope that helps everybody else, even with you, Cesar. What the work that you're doing in the planning phases. There's going to be those two aspects of it. Somebody's going to have to go move the cows, milk the cows. Somebody's going to have to run cash flow budgets. Somebody's going to have to go out and secure capital. Somebody's going to look at strategic expansion and land acquisition and some of those things that are going to be, more, I would say, more squarely on your shoulders. What are your thoughts there?
Were you asking me?
Yes.
Yeah, and exactly. And like one of the things like that I needed to do in order to get my partner's buy-in was that I needed to, figure out like how I can at least get some money from the farm, even if it's not going to be exactly profitable. Kind of like, because you had stated in a prior summit and a prior workshop that you need to be able to pay yourself. And then as soon as clicked in my mind, I immediately went into I had to go look over my budget and what all my bills were and what I would like them to be, and what would be an okay amount to take from the farm as a wage to help out with that. And that's kind of what I worked with, at least for the first year or two, before I would start maybe either increasing that wage or maybe taking a dividend from any leftover amounts.
Cool. Yeah. Very good. And I encourage our clients to do that, even if it's in the concept phase for Cesar and others. Or if you're looking at adding an enterprise, figure in what your labor is going to be from the start and make sure that enterprise or that business as a whole is going to cover those additional costs. So, all right. So this is the basic economic model. You can find it online or screenshot this. Well, let me pause here. Just 1 second. There are some keys here to profitability. And the Ranching for Profit teaches these. They call them the 3 secrets. They're just basic economic principles here. And I want this to be a discussion. Let's open it up. Let's look at, and it has to do everything. These three principles have to do with these lines on this page. Okay. So if we adjust these lines, we are going to increase profit. So what is one? Well, let's just see if you guys can pinpoint what are the three. Maybe yeah, we'll just ask you, what are the three ways based on this model right here? The three ways that we can change either the position of these lines or the inclination of these lines to increase profit. And if you don't see it right away, it's okay. I'm not afraid to point it out. I just want to see if it. Very good. Margaret's got number one, reduce overhead costs. Very good. Jenna, good job. So automatically, if we drop this line down here, this overhead line, and we make dotted line across there, it's going to move our break even to the left. Okay. So reducing labor costs, that would be part of overheads, Brian. So you're right in that. That would be an overhead cost. Reducing that will bring that line down. So number one, and a lot of times that's the low-hanging fruit for most operations, is we've got more overheads than we can justify for the number of units that we're producing. Okay, do you guys see number two and number three? Okay, what happens if this income line gets steeper? Okay, yep, that's exactly right, Margaret. Number of units. So if we, that would be, we're basically moving this. We're going to operate on the right side of this. So we're selling more units at the same margin. And then there's one more. What happens if we charge more for our product? This line now starts and it goes on this trajectory. Okay. So to summarize those, number one would be decreasing overheads. Number two would be increasing number of units or turnover. The number of units that we're able to sell out of the same factory, so to speak, off the same ranch. And number three would be to increase this gross margin or to charge more for our product. And from that increasing our gross margin, there's two parts to that. One is charging more and one is decreasing our variable costs. Because either way, if we decrease this inclination on this line or we increase the steepness of this line, it's going to automatically move our break even more to the left. Is this making sense, Austin? You got to learn to explain this a lot better. I feel like I get in the weeds too much here. So there's actually three things, but the gross margin is we can either charge more for our product or we can decrease our cost of goods sold, our variable costs. Okay, so somebody brave explain that to the group, because I feel like somebody want to take a stab at that, what these three keys are to profitability.
I've
Margaret?
been in and out, so I'm not 100% sure what you're talking about.
Okay. All right. That's all right. So let me explain this. Let me see if I can explain this again. So basically we have a ranch. We're going to have a land payment. We've got, even if the ranch is paid for, we're either going to have a mortgage or we're going to say we're going to pay a lease back to ourselves. That's an overhead cost to acquire the land and keep the land. Number two overhead cost is labor. So if we can reduce either one of those costs, the land to acquire and keep, or the cost to acquire and keep the land, or reduce the labor, that is automatically going to reduce our overhead cost. That will improve profitability. Number 2 is increased production or number of units sold. Number 3 is increase what we call this gross margin, the difference between our cost to produce something and the income that that produces. That gross margin doesn't factor in our overhead costs. It's just saying, for example, in a cow-calf operation, if we have $100 in vet, freight, and $200 in feed, our cost is $300 to produce that weaned calf of direct costs. So that is what we call our gross margin. And so we can affect that gross margin by either reducing our variable costs, such as our feed, or our freight, our vet bills, or we can charge more for that calf, like by doing direct marketing and saying we're going to add value to it. Okay. Is that clear?
Yep.
Yep. Everybody else? We're good? We're good? We're good? Okay. So just take a screenshot of this or shoot it with your phone or whatever, because we're going to need to know this model when we go into our exercise here in just a second. Plan for profit first. We've already taken that. This is basically an illustration of this. We've got all of our income. Our profit is treated as an expense. When we're doing our budgeting at the beginning of the year, we're going to put profit in as number 1, or maybe number 2. I do believe that we should, if the business doesn't pay a tithe or a donation, then certainly we should be paying something back and paying it. Not necessarily paying it forward, it's paying it back, because God gives us everything. So at least 10% out of what we pull out of the business personally is what I believe is a fair tithe. And then anything above that, I think you just work that out with God.
And Jared,
yes,
curious what your thoughts and opinions are. I've heard different philosophies, and I'm not even sure which camp I fall into yet. But as we're talking about compensation and profit, I guess, can you talk a little, and maybe you had, and I missed it earlier whenever I was in and out, but having compensation come out of your profits or be in addition to?
In addition to, yep, in addition to. So we're gonna pay ourselves. We're gonna plan for profit. Those are the first 2 things that we look at when we're creating a budget. So thank you for clarifying that. Okay. Let's meet our neighbors here, Bob and Mary Jones. I'm going to invite people to go through and let's read this little scenario. Brian, why don't we start with you? Can you see that okay? Do I have anything blocking it? So just go ahead and read that for all of us here.
It says, let's ranch. Bob Jones hires us to consult on his ranch. He is 60 years old, no kids, wants to help. His wife works in town, making $75K. Wore out equipment, 100. That's $1 million mortgage. 85K annual payment, 150K balance on line of credit. Needs to be paid to 0 by the year end, or the bank will call it. The bank will call it. Okay. It's June 10th. Land value is at 2.5 million, 250 cows. Good genetics. What should he do?
Okay. All right. What should we do? It's clear as mud, right? What do we need to do here? I mean, anybody have any ideas what we should do to help Bob? Do we need a little more information? Okay. So this is just a typical ranch here anywhere in the US, running 250 cows. Not necessarily a poor economic. You're going to see my numbers are outdated. They're like 2 years outdated here, but don't focus on that when we jump to the next page. It's all about the margins, and so the principles will still apply. Any questions on this one before we jump to the next slide? Okay. Cesar, let's have you read through this one, please.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
250 head cow-calf ranch, 10 months grazing, 2 months hay, harvest his own hay, wants to retire and go fishing in 2 years, does not want to sell the ranch, kids would sell if they died today, no estate plan, every year he borrows more on his line of credit, just needs 500 grand cash injection.
Okay. So when we talk to the Joneses here, they're just saying, oh, man, if I just had an extra 500,000 in cash, we would just be above board. Everything would be okay. They're just kind of wanting to pull rabbits out of the hat and make things work. Okay, this is their balance sheet. A balance sheet basically is what we prepare for the bank. It's going to have our assets on one side and our liabilities on the other. Let's have Margaret, can you see that? I know you're on a phone. Are you able to walk through the asset side on this? So this left side of this balance sheet.
Yes, I can see it.
Okay.
The cow herd is 500,000, probably more today.
Yep, a little bit more today. That would be based on the $2,000 cow. It's going to be more like maybe a third more now, right?
3,000 maybe.
Yep.
Oh, what is the June 10th, right? So they all be pairs by then, maybe.
Yeah.
Anyway, so 4,500 maybe even. Land 2.5 million, cash 50,000, retirement 250,000, equipment 250,000. Total $3,550,000.
So above all of his assets totaled up together, he's got 3.55 million in assets. Okay, then on the liability side there, Margaret.
The term loan is $1 million, the line of credit is 150,000, and the tractor's 50,000 for a total of 1.2.
Okay, and his net worth is
2.350. 2,350,000.
okay. All right. So everybody clear there. Basically, assets minus liability equals our net worth. That's one of the things that the bankers care about. He's still got a lot of equity here. And okay, do we know enough now to be able to give him some solid counsel and advice? What do you guys think? Do we need some additional information? What other information might we need? He's got one employee, and this is his basic cost to be able to provide. So they decided they're going to need to hire somebody. So they hire Cesar to come work for him. And all in, there's $75,000 to pay him to be able to help between his wages, his housing and utilities. They provide a ranch, truck and trailer, an ATV, and a horse, and give him half a beef a year, and maybe some additional benefits. Maybe have a small term life policy for him. Okay, so there we have it. Here's his overhead expenses. Let's go, Jenna. Can you read through those? You might be on a phone too. Can you be able to see those, Jenna? Or Wes and Leanne?
I can read that.
All right, go for it, Leanne.
These overhead expenses, so profit is 80,000. Land is 85,000, labor 75,000, all other expenses 120. Total overhead.
Yep, overhead.
360,000.
Okay. So those other expenses would include basically everything else that it takes to run a ranch, your insurance payments, your utilities, repairs, maintenance, all the other things that go into your profit and loss. Your direct costs are pretty simple. Again, remember, they're just feed and vet, and that's about it. So, okay. So when he works his cow-calf budget, This is the way that we sometimes do this. There's different ways that you can run an enterprise budget. But what we're saying is that we're going to have a cow cost of $2,000. This is a couple years outdated. Every year to maintain that herd of 250 cows, you're either going to need to purchase or provide back into the herd 20% replacements, meaning that you'd have to save, what would that be, about 60 replacements, 50 replacements every year to be able to maintain your herd of 200. You have an annual cow payment, whether that is you've actually borrowed against it or we're going to charge an opportunity cost of the value of the cow. So the replacement cost is basically we take the 20% times the purchase price of the cow, and that's $400 replacement cost. You could argue you can raise replacements for less than that. It's not that that replacement heifer is a $400 replacement heifer. It's just saying if you're the other way to look at or to work it backwards would be the value of 250 cows divided by 60 replacements would come up with the same either way. Hopefully that's not confusing, but we could work it the other way. We could work the replacement heifer budget, and for people that raise their replacements, we will. We're just going to say he's going to buy them. So every year, that's how much it's going to cost him to put new blood back into his herd. His variable costs of freight are $50 per year. He feeds 1 ton of hay at $150 a ton. So $150 into feed. Costs him $30 to preg test and vaccinate. A breeding fee. We're charging back, and we're figuring on the value of the bull divided by the number of cows that he can service, and that comes out to be approximately $50 a year. Probably a little bit more than that now. I just went to a bull sale last week, and yeah, it would definitely be more than that. Minerals and supplements, $35. So all in your cow-calf enterprise budget, you've got $1,065 in annual cost for each cow. Any questions on this? Okay. We use spreadsheets, and Ranch Vision makes this a whole lot easier, but we want to help you to understand the concept. All right. Let's see, where are we at here? So our income per head, 90% of those cows are going to wean a calf, and those calves are going to sell for a lot more than that today. But if we're selling 450-pound calf at $3.20 a pound, it's more than this, but we're only doing 90% of them. So that equals out $1,296 per head gross income. Our cull cow, we're going to be selling 20% of our herd in cull cows, maybe a little bit less than that. We might have a couple die, but we'll just say we don't have any death loss. So 20% of our cow herd, and that was the going rate. Again, this is not per $1.25 times 1,250 pounds is more than that, but there's only 20% of them that we're selling, so it's $312. So total income is $1,608. Okay. So our gross margin is basically figured our income per head minus our expense per head, and we've got a $543 gross margin. It's not terrible. Probably would be a little bit better than that today, but expenses have also increased. And so, a $500 gross margin is it's not necessarily the red flag. Okay, here's where it gets a little dicey. From his 250 cows, he's got a gross margin to be able to go to service overhead expenses of $135,000. His overhead expenses are $360,000. We've already factored in our variable costs in this right here. So we're not factoring in feed and freight. We've already done that in our previous calculations. Our overhead expenses, 360, whether we run 250 cows or 300 cows, is going to stay relatively the same. And so we have a net loss of 225,000 each year. Yippee! Anybody want to buy into this ranch? Now we're ranching, right? This is pretty typical. So based on this economic model that we've looked at, does he need to reduce overheads? Does he need to decrease his variable cost, increase his number of units sold, or increase his cost or his income per unit? Which one of those? And now this is where we're going to break into two groups. And here's the questions. If you can screenshot this and everybody or make note of this, what we want are 3 ideas. In our group, we'll discuss the 3 things that we need to be able to help the Joneses to make a solid plan. We'll discuss, boil those down to 3 ideas amongst your team, and then we're going to come back in the main group and you'll pick a spokesman from your team. And so Austin will go with 1, I'll go with 1, and Selena, you can bounce in between if you would like to. Your roles, our roles are just to facilitate, but not to take over. I know that there's a lot of questions here. I get it. Like, you know, we're largely shooting from the hip here, but not really. We see some glaring things, right? They're losing $225,000 a year. They can't sustain that. They're going to eat into their equity. And in a matter of just a few years, the bank's going to say enough's enough. You know, this is a very expensive hobby. It's time for you guys to retire and sell this thing. So of that.
Can you go back to the example
Oh,
slide so I can take a quick screenshot?
Let's see, which one?
The example that we're evaluating.
Okay. Tell me when. Which one are we?
Because we're doing the Joneses, right?
Yes. Yep. So basically everything that's gone into this leads to this right here. They're losing this much. I had another slide in there. I think I deleted it. So I wanted to give some parameters, and we'll just pull these from the hat because I thought it was in there. Okay, so hold on. Let me see if it's in my slide deck here somewhere else. There was one other slide that gave me some scenarios that you guys could evaluate, because it's kind of a let's see. Okay. Nope, I don't see it. Okay, so let's just talk through this. And yeah, I wasn't able to find it, but a couple of the scenarios that I thought of were a potential enterprise that he could do would be a grass finishing enterprise. And it has a positive gross margin per head of $800. So if you just want to make note of that as you're making notes. So if he were to displace some of his cows and run more finishers, it has a positive gross margin of $800. His hay enterprise, even though he has worn out equipment and he thinks he can do it really cheap, when we factored in the opportunity cost of owning that equipment, it actually has a negative gross margin of $25 per ton, meaning that he could go buy hay cheaper than he can raise it. And then, so what we want you to do in those scenarios is to come back and just make some suggestions to the Joneses and say, hey, here's some things that we think you should look at. The other thing that he had on the table was an off-farm investment, and that had a return, an ROI of 12%. It's a secure investment. It's an oil and gas mineral right lease. He puts in $100,000 and he gets $12,000 without even having to get out of bed every year. So he and his wife have looked at this. They say, hey, we've got a decent net worth. Why are we working so hard? Maybe we should just sell out and do this. So those are the three options. The grass finishing enterprise at $800 gross margin, $25 per ton negative gross margin on the hay, or a 12% ROI on an off-farm investment. Have you got those, Austin? In
Yep.
case they need them. So grass finishing, $800 per head gross margin. Hay enterprise, negative 25 per ton. Off farm, 20 or 12% ROI. So just when we go into our breakout rooms, if they're like, hey, what was that? That option, we can offer that. So come back. We'll discuss in our group what are the things that we would advise them to do. Pick a spokesman from your group and then come back and we'll reconvene and we'll share what our thoughts are. Do you guys have any questions before we go to our breakout room? Okay. So I think, okay, Austin, if you will go to room 1, I'll go to room 2 when it shows up here. You'll have to manually go there. And I'll go ahead and create those rooms. Remember, we're going to take 12 minutes. So that'll get us to the half hour and then we'll pull back in. So just have some good discussion. You can use these ideas that I came up with. You can create your own off the wall idea. What we want you to do is kind of balance between the numbers that we've seen and your own creativity, your own imagination, and let's give them some solid recommendations. So remember again that they've got a line of credit that every year is increasing. The bank is tightening the screws on them. They're saying, hey, you know, we got to see a plan here. We need to see some changes. And so we're helping and we're advising them come up with this plan. Good to go? All right, we'll see you back in the main room here at 30 after in 11 minutes. So Austin, you'll be in room 1. I'll go ahead and jump into room 2.
Waiting on Brian, looks like.
Okay, everybody made it back. Everybody made it back. Good job. Good job. Good job. Okay, how was it? Did we survive? Nobody imploded during that exercise. Nobody got up mad and left. I thought maybe Mark did there for a minute, but she came back. All right. Well, let's go in order. We'll go to group one. Austin, who's your spokesperson?
Yeah, so Wes and I are going to tag team. I'm going to provide the idea. He's going to give the reasoning behind it.
Okay. Okay.
You ready, Wes?
Go. Is Wes on his own, or Wes and Leanne together? Oh, it looks like Wes is here.
Yeah.
You able to unmute, Wes?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, so scenario one was to start a grass finish or direct marketing thing to increase the profitability. Was it more on that one there, Jared? Not Jared. What's Austin? There we go.
Yeah, so I think we talked about just using that to increase our top line revenue, adding more value to the animals that we are already raising and producing.
And then step 3 or 2, or I might jump to step 3. So with the hay production one was with his old equipment and everything, and buying hay cheaper, he could quit his haying operation and buy hay in, and with that land he could produce more animals. And then maybe I think with the selling some of the equipment, he could put that towards some of his debt. Is that right?
Yep.
And middle one I forget now. I'm having a mind block.
So the middle one would have been, excuse me, land utilization.
Oh yeah.
To have a better utilization through grazing and different practices so that we can run more cattle on the ground. So we're kind of a twofold of we're going to reduce our overhead cost per animal while also increasing our capacity to generate more revenue on the top line.
Yeah, sounds good. I think that's what we did.
Okay, good job, guys. Good job, good job. Anything else from group one? Any other context that the Jenna or Leanne wanted to add, or Austin? Or Selena? I guess you were in there too, huh, Selena?
I think the main concept that we kind of talked about was, not so much changing what we were doing, but just doing better with what we had.
Okay. Okay. Very good. Very good. Okay. Margaret feels like she got bullied into this position because she was the only lady in the group. And I think the Cesar and Brian were just trying to be real gentlemen and let her go. So Margaret's going to be the spokesman for group two.
Okay, we agreed with the grass-fed enterprise because that was increasing some revenue there. We also thought he should quit haying and use that and rotationally graze that ground. Our third idea was, we talked about a couple different things. One, just selling the cows and leasing out the ranch to somebody else, because since he's so close to retirement. I thought if he, then we talked about custom grazing, and we came out with he would make the same amount of money custom grazing, but he would be able to sell his cows and pay down his debt, get rid of that operating loan.
Good. Okay, anybody else from group one? Brian or Cesar, anything that you want to add?
I just on what Margaret was saying in our group too is, doing that 60-40 split, could be a viable resource for him to actually make a little extra money too.
Oh, right. I forgot to say that, just leasing the cows out to the hired hand and doing that. Yeah, that was an idea too.
Okay. Right on. Cesar, anything? Concur?
The only other thing I would say is if he's doing grass finish, he should make sure he charges more, since that's like it's differentiated. And then one thing that I kept thinking about is if he wasn't going to lease, he should add an enterprise of some kind.
Okay. Yeah, diversify by adding something. Okay. Very good, you guys. So this is a very real deal. The numbers were going to be different based on one operation to another. But so often when people come to Ag Steward, and we've even been in this position where you're like, man, what we're doing just isn't working. You try to make some minor tweaks. Sometimes you make some major tweaks. From our own personal experience, when we sold our BLM allotment, we sold our cow herd. We thought they were overvalued at the time, and relatively in a way they were. But what we didn't do is we paid down debt. That's not always a bad thing, but we didn't replace that with an income producing asset. So we lost basically our factory. We went to custom grazing. The margin was similar on the custom grazing, but we still had to service the balance of the debt. And so for us, we didn't fully walk through the ramifications of what it would be to sell cows. And it wasn't, in hindsight, it wasn't the best decision for us. Had we, in hindsight, if cows truly were overvalued at that time, or we were overstocked and we needed to destock, we would have been better off to take that, not pay off our debt, and invest in something that was income producing, hold our position in the market through that, and then either buy back into cows when the market shifted or changed. I'm not saying don't pay off debt, but the challenge is that sometimes we shoot ourselves in the foot by saying, I'm going to sell this asset to pay off debt, but then you no longer have something that's income producing. So does that make sense?
Jared, the clarifying question that I'd like you to answer is, how do we decide if the debt needs to be paid off or not? Because I've also heard Dallas Mount talk a lot about this with that exact same philosophy of, if we pay down debt, we spend our cash, there's no more income producing assets there, we're back behind. At the same time, there is some debt that's going to cause bigger pain and suffering if it's not paid down. So can you talk to that a little bit to kind of give some clarification?
Yeah. Yeah, because it's not cut and dry. It's not necessarily cut and dried. The other thing, when you sell your cow herd, then if you do need to borrow money, you're basically going to be borrowing against your land. Bankers like to loan against cattle and equipment. They're a lot more liquid. There are some banks that they only loan against land. So factoring in that also, if you're going to be 100% self-financed, and you're going to say, which I'm a big fan of, you're going to say adios to the bank. It's probably not as big a deal. But if you still need operating capital, or if you still need capital to be able to expand in different ways, then sometimes having those cows is going to be better than not having the debt and just having the land. So when we look at debt, a lot of times the debt is just structured wrong. Sometimes we are trying to pay for consumable. It's kind of like consumer debt versus a home mortgage. Consumer debt, you don't necessarily have something to offset that. A mortgage, you're paying down and you're buying equity into your house. Of course, Dave Ramsey would argue debt is dumb across the board. Take that in context, right? Is there good debt and is there bad debt? We'll talk a little bit about, maybe this is the time to bring up that compare and contrast to wrap up this section before lunch. But yeah, tell me your thoughts on that. And I'm gonna bring up these slides because this is a good way to wrap up this morning section, and specifically about debt. And what are your thoughts, Austin?
Well, I am a huge advocate for not using debt as much as possible. Obviously, it's not always the option that we have, but I'm a strong believer in Dave Ramsey's principles and the fact that we become a slave to the lender, and that debt holds us back at some level, no matter what the debt is, if it's good or bad otherwise. Generally speaking, my philosophy has always been land is a good investment and a good thing to hold debt against. And everything else is up for discussion. The one thing that I am always adamantly against is operating debt, because if you can't afford to operate without debt, then there's something wrong with the business plan, and it's not going to work long term anyway. As we look into depreciating assets, so mainly equipment or things that are going down in value, that's a really good way to get in the hole really fast. If we're borrowing money on tractors and trucks and side by sides and hay equipment and anything that's not going to maintain its value, we're going to really upset the balance sheet down that line. I kind of sit on the fence when it comes to livestock, because my philosophy is they could die and you can still owe the money on them, but you can also look at them as an income producing asset that appreciates given the right marketing. So I think there's a lot of different ways to approach that, and it depends upon what your comfort with risk is, I think, down that line. So those are kind of the buckets that I put debt into. And I would say the personal opinion that I would advise anyone to is, if we have operating debt, that has to go. That has to get paid down as quick as possible, because that's going to be what hangs around and what keeps creeping up and making our profitability the most difficult to manage long term. So I'd say if that's on the table, that's the biggest crutch that we're going to have on the debt side of things.
Yeah. Any other thoughts? Thank you, Austin. Appreciate your shares on that. It's not it's not a cut and dried answer, because everybody is a little bit different, but there are principles, and Austin, you articulated those very well, both this morning and just now, in sharing that. And I'll share this little section here to wrap up this morning on the economics and finance. First of all, the very first principle that I learned from Bud Williams when I went to his marketing school was this: know yourself. This is Bud. Eunice is behind the camera. These are some of our old Solera range cows in the middle of winter. Bud is, of course, in the front, and he was teaching us stockmanship. And then that afternoon, he spent teaching us marketing and management. And my goal is to very soon have these audio recordings of this very day out and publish them on our podcast. Great man. But know yourself. If you can't handle debt, probably not a good thing for you to dabble in, because it can be a double-edged sword. Those who understand interest receive it. Those who don't, pay it. It doesn't. Should we ever take risk and leverage to be able to invest and use arbitrage? That too, just like Austin's analogy, right? that can be great, but what happens when the cow dies or the investment goes to zero? The bank still is going to want their money. They're going to be made whole. And so I put together this little series of slides to be able to compare and contrast. I listened to both of these guys and agree with a lot of what both of them say, Robert Kiyosaki versus Dave Ramsey, and they have merit. We're going to talk about what cash flow versus net worth, and just build out a little more on what Austin shared this morning and how we look at things from a rancher's perspective versus a banker's perspective. So and this is just to compare and contrast. When we look at debt from a rancher, it's a liability, but it's an asset on the bank's balance sheet because they're only going to loan you 50% of what your collateral is worth. And so you have $1 million ranch, they have the right to sell that $1 million ranch. They're protected. To them, that's an asset. Plus, it is generating income every month or every year to them. And so debt to a bank is an asset. On a rancher's side, it's a liability. If we are the lender, not the borrower, then our debt becomes an asset to us as well. Feel free to interject and ask questions, anybody, if you have things during here. Interest, again, depending on whether they're on the banker's side or the rancher's side, for us, it's an expense. You can write it off as a legitimate business expense. But I would rather earn interest than pay interest because it's income if you're the bank. Equity, meaning that difference on your balance sheet between what you owe and what you own, that's equity or net worth. For the bank, that's security. They want to see that there's plenty of equity there. On the rancher side, that's the leverage, the ability to be able to use that equity to free up additional cash. And profit, what does profit mean? That's somewhat subjective on the rancher side. It could mean that it's performance. It could mean freedom. It could mean things are going right. It's just an indicator. On the banker side, they want to see cash flow. They're not okay with just continually tapping into net worth. And especially as the commodity prices change, a lot of farmers got bailed out over this last 5, 6, 7, probably about the last decade with negative margins because they had tons of equity. The farmland continued to appreciate. And so they could borrow against it, and the bankers were happy to do it because they were able to service that debt. But now that commodity prices have gone down and things are tight, then all of a sudden they're like, hey, you still have some equity, but we got to have some security here that you're going to be able to make these payments. Net worth, to me, I look at it as an opportunity. Don't get hung up on net worth because our net worth can change so quickly. Doug Ferguson talked about this in the podcast that he's been on with me and in his, I think he's been on a couple summits. He's like, your net worth can drop in half when you're in a livestock trading business like he's in from one year to the next, and your banker's going to be freaking out. It's when you need to manage your emotions and say, hey, I get it. We're still, because we are operating prudently, we're still able to cover the debt that we have. So cash flow trumps net worth all the time, but net worth is good, but just don't get hung up on it. Cash flow, you define what cash flow means to you. Well, what does it mean to each of you? And what does profit mean to each of you? Let's just pause here and let's actually define that and throw that in the chat. What is your subjective definition of profit? Not definition of profit, but what is the meaning of profit for you? And I'd love to get some feedback. Throw that in the chat. What's your meaning of profit? Profit equals Oh, let's see. Was your question, Wes, in the end about Doug Ferguson? That is a podcast.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering about. Yeah.
Yeah, yep. He also gave a really, really excellent talk on our summit last week. So do you guys have access to the summit replay? It should have been.
I think so. I've
Should have.
listened to some of it. I think Wes has maybe been through most of it too. So
Okay, yeah. Doug spoke on there. Either look at the Profitable Steward podcast or okay. Profit is what is left over after taxes and other things. Freedom, stability, security. Okay, good job. It's frustrating to me when a client or somebody who comes in and wants some coaching and they say, I'm going to go to my banker and see what he'll give me. I'm like, wait a minute, what do you mean by that? He's like, yeah, he's got to run the numbers and then we'll see what they say. And I was like, well, don't you have your numbers together? It's like, no, that's the banker's job. Like, well, wait a minute. You better know what your numbers are and you better know what your ask is when you go into the bank and be willing to back it up. There are times right now in the cattle market, Doug and I talked about this, the bankers are kind of throwing money at you. That's probably a time when you want to be the wet blanket and say, you know what, even though you might increase my line of credit to go buy more livestock, boy, I don't know. I want to be sure that these things are right. When it's kind of like when, people get greedy. I think it's a Warren Buffett quote, when people are greedy, I get scared. When people are scared, I get greedy. Right now, I think people are greedy, you guys. And I'm not saying it's not justified and the market isn't good and there's not great opportunities, but it's just have a adequate amount of caution as you go into that. Okay, so there's that. Banker versus the rancher mentality. Is debt good? Is it bad? Where's the balance between those two? I've been on both sides of that. We've had millions of dollars of debt, and we've had no debt, and I like the no debt. Sleep better at night. The interesting
Derek,
thing.
Can you tell the story you told me about the day that you became debt free?
Okay. Tell me what you remember here, but I was actually going to share that. So that was during the August summit that, they sent us this big check and we took it. My daughter actually took it to the bank. And, she drove through the drive-through and she handed it.
You have to explain the big check thing.
Okay, let's back up. Do you want to tell that, Selena?
I wasn't there.
Oh, okay. So I told my kids, I said, we just got the biggest check we've ever gotten. And they're like, wait, let us see it. So I pulled out, just a normal check, like my QuickBooks checks that are behind me on the counter here. And they're like, that's not a big check, Dad. I'm like, hey, you're right. It's just a piece of paper. It has extra zeros on it. It's not a big check. It's relative, right? So I sent my daughter to town to deposit it because, of course, I was in the middle of the summit. She goes through the drive-through and the poor teller, her jaw drops. She's like, I think I need to get some approval for this, ma'am. And I was like, and she's like, well, yeah, my dad actually called the branch and they know it's coming and everything's, it's okay. And he's like, I should have asked her just to try to cash it and just say, would you like this in hundreds? Anyway, they said, yeah, we're going to have to put a hold on this. I'm like, can't you call and verify funds or whatever? And they're like, no, this is so anyway. But the morning after we got that check, before my daughter took it to the bank, there was a kind of a bunch of emotions when I opened the check and saw that. And then the morning after, I realized I was still worried. And I still had this worry. And I'm like, wait a minute. Money does not solve the problems of worry or doubt or fear. And that worry then shifted, and it's kind of crazy, you know, like take no thought. It applies even in this scenario too. But so then it shifted. I mean, just to be candid, you know, we owe several $100,000 in capital gains tax right now, you guys, and I've got 2 months to be able to mitigate this. Like, I'm not okay. A lot of times 2, 3, 400,000 is way more than we even make gross in a year on some years in our business. And now all of a sudden I'm going to pay that in capital gains tax. And so that shifted, my worry shifted to that. Well, how do I not pay capital gains? And we do have some wise counsel with that. But one of the wisest counsel came from Stacy Wallace, who unfortunately is not able to join us today, but she will. You know, you can go back and listen to her and the interview that we did with her and Larry at the summit in August. And she said, Jared, God doesn't need money. It's like, what is, you know, really look at the blessings that you have instead of worrying about this tax burden. If it is a legitimate thing that you have to pay, the way will be provided for you to be able to pay it. And so it's a constant reminder, you guys, of like being able to see both sides. And yeah, did I miss something? Was there something else, Austin?
Well, the freedom that you begin to realize as you start to realize, okay, we can now do X, Y, and Z because of this that before wasn't even an option.
Yeah. Yeah, no doubt. And so, you know, Selena and I went to the bank, and we had planned months in advance. So to give a little more context about, you know, in 2020, well, the late teens, 2018, we were approached, and there's a bird here in Nevada which is threatening to be on the endangered species list. It's the sage grouse. And so there was a conservation group that came to us and said, hey, are you interested in doing some conservation on your ranch? And I'm kind of opposed to the government aspect of any part of business. And so I did a lot of due diligence on it. But bottom line was, there was a law passed in like 2019 that said, in Nevada, if you're going to disturb sage grouse habitat, you create a debit, and you have to offset that by buying a credit from somebody who is willing to preserve the habitat for this species, specifically the sage grouse. And so we entered into that with, you know, our eyes wide open and saying, hey, what are the restrictions? What are the downfalls? How's this going to affect us? And we prayerfully made the decision, like, this is okay to enter into. And because it met our values, we had our values clear and set. We weren't locking it up forever like a conservation easement. Not that those are inherently evil, but we weren't ready to do that. It was a 35-year term, and it did provide good income. And it was, to an extent, it was a government forced free market. That still rubs me a little bit wrong, but it was a private entity who had a legitimate need that bought from us an asset that we legitimately provided. And so those credits were established in 2020, and then we sold a few each year leading up to this year. And this year we had a buyer that says, hey, we have a big project, and we need to buy all of your credits plus some additional, and not name your price. I mean, they knew what the market was, and we knew what the market was, but they were a cash buyer and can pay us out in 1 year. And so we knew that there were going to be some tax consequences from that, but that's basically how we received that big check to be able to pay off all of our debt. And so as we went to the bank and we started wiring money and transferring money and paying off, our mortgage and HELOC and our car loans and everything, that was just a great feeling. And then, we had an opportunity with a pretty tremendous return, and we did some due diligence on it, and we wired, the biggest amount of investment that we've ever made in a single investment at one time. And it was neat to be able to do that and experience that being the lender and not the borrower. So, and yeah, it definitely has freedom. Definitely has freedom. So, Margaret, no, it's not carbon credits. It's a conservation credit. So similar, but probably in the fact that it's a credit, it's somewhat similar, but yeah, it's a Nevada specific deal. So one of the things that has been challenging for me, especially in talking to our clients, is like, it's like, well, yeah, we did that, but how do we do that in Missouri? Because they don't have that opportunity in Missouri, right? Or how do we do that even in the neighboring states, Utah, Idaho? I think Wyoming has something similar, but well, you can't. You're not going to do that. But what you can do is seek first for the kingdom of God, put God first, and dedicate your will to Him. And one of the things that we did is we prayerfully decided how much tithing we were going to pay, how much additional donations, and where those donations would go to. And as we made that commitment, that helped open up the doors. And in Malachi, the last book in the New Testament, it said, when he's talking about tithing, he said, "Prove me now herewith if I will not open the windows of heaven." So God's telling us, hey, try me out. Try it. I dare you. Pay some tithing, give some donation here, and see what happens. The windows of heaven are open, and that principle I know to be true. That principle I know is absolutely true. So when we seek first, when we put God first, when we strive to serve, fill the measure of our creation by living our missions, give to God what is His, strive to profitably steward the balance of what He gives us to steward, which is still His, but He allows us the opportunity to steward it, then those windows of heaven can be opened. So, all right, you guys. Yeah, thoughts on FSA? We might have to come back to that one. Well, no, I'll answer it because we're kind of in this. So we've done podcasts from some ranchers who are not involved in government subsidy programs. As a whole, I'm not a fan of government subsidies. I think they, as a whole, reward mismanagement. And that's kind of a bold statement. Let me clarify and say, if subsidies went away, there would be a lot of people that wouldn't be in business. That's just the fact of the matter. Like, they do not have a viable business if you pull away subsidies. So why do they need to be in the marketplace? That's harsh, but at some point, and we talked about this with David Cole, the ranch economist, farm economist, at some point they're probably going to dry up. I mean, you look at our deficit, our government deficit here in this country, there will be a lot of collateral damage if they go away. And I feel for my brothers and sisters who rely on those. So my encouragement is, now's the time to get your house in order. FSA in particular, that's probably more like the NRCS and some of the other programs and grants and programs that are out there. FSA, I would a lot rather go with a private bank and move away from FSA as soon as you could if you're looking for capital, even though there's thoughts about their lending requirements increasing. But I don't even know, is FSA shut down with the government shut down right now? I mean, they're still open?
Yeah,
Like,
they just opened them back up not too long ago, but at a limited capacity is what I saw.
Okay. Yeah. So, sometimes they do have the beginning farmer loans and stuff like that to be able to get started. And if that's your way in, that's good. I'm really grateful. There's a lot more of alternative capital out there, like Mad Capital and Steward. They're not for everybody, but they are targeting regenerative approaches to startup businesses, and a lot of them don't provide operating capital, but they will give you capital to be able to buy the infrastructure, sometimes the land, sometimes the livestock. And so I'm nurturing some of those relationships. So far, I haven't been able to facilitate a deal with anybody yet, just because the ones that I've had haven't kind of fit in their parameters that I've put to them. But it's neat to see, you know, it's more of a hybrid kind of crowdsourced investment for return on the investor side, but also investment with purpose. So anyway, good
Jared,
question,
one thing
Jenna.
I've been seeing, and I think this is Missouri specific. I don't know if other states are employing this or not, but like the University of Missouri has a program through the NRCS called Circle, and it's the Center for Regenerative Agriculture, basically is where it's coming from. So anyway, they're not doing financing, but they are doing incentives for regenerative practices. So if there are maybe some other states, universities that offer stuff down that line, I'm actually looking at some myself for our operation for some grazing things. So again, not the financing, but some of the other cost share incentives that would align with what we're trying to do.
Yeah. And so definitely, you know, look at that, test it against your values. The thing that I like, and this was Dave Pratt really harped on this big, is would you do it? Would you borrow money to do it regardless? If it makes good economic sense, taking away the government involvement and you can pay for it, and then you want to go get some help, then maybe that makes economic sense. From a value standpoint, a principle standpoint, you know, we've had not heated arguments, but I've pushed back on some people that are big operators, and yet they're the ones that get some of the most kickback from the government. And that just rubs me wrong. I mean, huge corporations that's a huge part. They have individuals who are researching all these opportunities all the time to be able to get a handout. Why do they need it? That's my own personal opinion, right? But to them, that's everybody else is doing it. And to be able to be competitive in the market, we've got to do it also. And I don't think so. You know, I don't think so. So, yeah, that's probably enough on the subsidy soapbox there. The principles of the economic and finance. Hopefully this will set with you and give you an understanding so that when you jump into the programs that we endorse, so Ranch Vision, we're not going to go and dive into that. If you want to learn about their program, there's there's 2 recordings that are public and one that was done just for our members from Dr. Rich Brazil on Ranch Vision. So he basically does that economic model that we just did, and he would be able to run the Joneses through this software and say, okay, here's your options. If we don't understand the principle behind it and we just try to run through the software, I don't think that's doing us a service. Like, we need to understand and be able to do it on paper. So that's why I start with this, and I don't just plug the numbers into Ranch Vision here in real time and have it spit out options, because we need to have our own oversight into that. And it does not take into account our vision, mission, and values either, right? So goats may be the most wonderful enterprise in the world and provide a great gross margin, but maybe you think goats are from the devil. So I'm not going to prescribe that you say, hey, you better go run goats because they have a great gross margin. I'm kind of in the middle right now. We've got some, we might have to sell some goat tags. We've got 30 or 40 roving goats on the ranch here that we've not been able to capture. So they say if you can build a fence that'll hold water, it'll hold a goat. And I'm not even sure that that's true. So, but that's, you know, that I'm just kind of being silly there. Whatever it is that you're doing due diligence on, first and foremost, make sure it fits what your vision, mission, and values are. And then the other program that we'll just mention here is Ambrook. We're rolling into Ambrook, our own books, and most of our one-on-one clients are in Ambrook and love it. If you, yeah, goat roping's a lot of fun. That part of goat's good. I really appreciate that Ambrook was built. It's built for farmers and ranchers, and it understands enterprise accounting. So again, enterprise would be just those profit centers, and you can automatically put those in on your expense side and on your income side, and it will calculate what your real-time gross margins are. And your overheads, you're not gonna allocate them to a specific enterprise, but you could do divisions. So you could have a farming division and a livestock division and divide your enterprises up accordingly. The rule of thumb there is if that enterprise went away, would that expense go away? So if you have tractors, irrigation equipment, things like that that are specific to farming, and you sell that enterprise, would they go away? You can put it in that division. If the tractor is shared and you're going to keep it with the cow-calf side, then you need to keep that as a general overhead. So, and that it makes it a lot easier. I think Ambrook is great. There's some things that I'm suggesting to them, such as being able to put in a cash flow budget, and they're working on it. And so right now, it's the best thing that I've seen that's out there, and I understand it. So that's what we roll our clients into. Okay, any thoughts before we break for lunch or questions here? How do we do? We survived the economic and finance. I think that's worth like 3 cheers. Caesar's going to do it for us. Go ahead, Cesar.
Well, I actually had a question.
Okay, go for it.
You mentioned, I remember you mentioned the financier steward, and then you said called
Mad Capital.
Oh, Madden Capital?
Mad, M-A-D. Mad Capital.
Mad Capital, okay.
And there is one other one. Yeah, if you want, you reach out to me individually, kind of knowing your needs. Steward might actually be a good one for you. And I think their website is Go Steward. I kind of like their name. We're not affiliated, but thought, yeah, it seems like they're.
Who gets the naming rights though?
I know. That's we're actually in conversations with some folks about doing some type of regenerative type capital, and Steward's already taken, so I'm not sure. I think Stewardship Capital is already out there. I've researched some of these, so we got to think of a new name if we're going to open up our own little lender enterprise here. But for the others, they're, if you think like a banker wants to know, first and foremost, there's going to be return of capital. That means that their assets are secured that they're loaning against. They're going to want to know that there's a return on capital, like an ROI, like all of us would. And then they're going to want to be sure that there's security. And then, unfortunately, these principles that we're talking about here, a lot of times they don't even talk about them. What I would like to see, and I'll just put this out here, maybe some of you guys have an asset here. I would like to see that, lending is always going to be a part of agriculture. But I would like to see where your interest rate is not only reflective upon your credit score or your balance sheet or your ability to repay, but it's based upon an ecological score. It's like, are you truly regenerative? And for each point that ecological score increases based on science, like through the Savory Institute or like Lance does through Regenified, that you are rewarded for that through a lower credit score or some other bonuses or kickbacks or something that way. To me, that's incentivizing the right thing. So that I would love to see, and then also just that there be some type of coaching that went into the lending, because I remember going to our banker asking for several $100,000, and I gave him a 1-page break-even spreadsheet, and he's like, "Yep, I'll have the documents ready tomorrow, and the money will be in your account by the end of the week. You can go ahead and buy cattle today if you want to." Now, it was probably way too easy. It was I was in my early 30s. It was during a time when pre 2008 crash, and the banks they weren't as scrutinous as they needed to be, and so it's okay. It's okay for you to have to provide some documentation to the extent that the FSA requires it, and their level of involvement and oversight. I'm not sure, but I don't know. There's somewhere in between there that I would like to see where we're truly setting up, especially these young farmers and ranchers, setting them up to succeed. Helping them to be able to see, maybe even providing them with a coach or a mentor along with the loan, so that they're setting, so that their chances of success are higher. So those are some of my visions for what needs to be out there in the lending marketplace. All right, let's do a lunch break. 30 minutes. Selena said 45 was too long yesterday. Like, it's not long enough to take a nap, but it's long enough that you get disengaged. So, like, it's 30 minutes work for everybody.
I'm jumping on a call with Margaret, so we'll try to be wrapped up in 30.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. So basically 12:45, jump back on here, guys, and we'll jump into this afternoon session and wrap up. Everybody's got a call scheduled with Austin, right? Some of you already had it already. Austin, is there anybody that we're missing?
I don't think so. No, everyone that has been on has scheduled. So,
okay. All right, very good. Well, big round of applause for the economic session of day one. You guys did an awesome job. Appreciate it. And we will see you guys back here at 45 after the hour, or quarter to 1 Pacific time. I'll keep this open and going, but I'll shut off my video and grab some All right, everybody, make your way back. We'll get started here in a minute. And let us know what you had for lunch. All right, Cesar. My lunch was kind of light today. Hot chocolate sweetened with stevia from this morning's milking from Ember and Abigail. We've got 2 milk cows. One of them's a Jersey cross and one of them's a straight Jersey. So our son Weston headed to state cross country. He's going to be competing tomorrow. This is his first year running cross country. He kind of is built like a gazelle, and he runs everywhere he goes. And so it's a good sport for him. He's kind of skinny as a rail, but he's pretty tough. So prayers are with him. He's on the bus headed to state, and Selena and I are going to drive there in the morning to watch him compete. So pretty excited about that. But because he was gone, it was my turn to milk, and that was where the milk came from for my lunch today. Okay, well, I know Austin and I think Margaret are on a call. Let's see, Wes and Leanne, are you guys here? And Brian, are you back?
Yep, I'm back.
Okay, very good, very good.
I'm here.
Yeah. Okay, you guys have jerseys also. How many cows do you guys milk, Leanne?
We usually milk 1.5.
Okay.
We're always doing one, and the one we're milking now is soon to be dried up, and the other one should be calving. So
Yep.
sometimes we're doing 2, sometimes we're doing 1. So
Yeah, I get it. I get it. That is kind of where we're at too. Our Jersey calf ended up dying last a couple weeks ago, and so we really like to have a calf that we can turn in, so we're not married to a milk cow. But right now we have to milk the Jersey every day, and the Jersey cross, she's got a big old soggy calf on her, so we can pick and choose the days we want to milk. If we want to go somewhere, we can let the calf do the milking.
nice. Yeah.
Family milk cows are good. They're good. All right. Well, there's while we're waiting for. Sorry, let me silence my phone here. While we're waiting for Austin and Margaret to get back, then hopefully Brian will be able to. No, not Brian. Matt will be able to jump on this afternoon. We're gonna jump in. We're gonna talk about, guess what? Stewardship, right? Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought that Jared's gonna talk about stewardship? But okay, I've already shared this quote with you that. Oh, let me share my screen here. Stewardship. What a definition of stewardship. Okay, here it is again. Stewardship designates a sacred, spiritual, or temporal responsibility to care for something that belongs to God, for which we are accountable. One day we will be accountable for those things that He's given us, and that's all about what we do here at Ag Steward with our strive to exemplify on the ranch and in the way that we manage our finances and livestock and land and family. And so we're going to talk about the contrast a little bit between the broke and the broken steward, and the profitable steward. There's some basic principles of stewardship, and first principle is everyone is a steward. I shared this on my original podcast, the story about Larry. Larry was a hitchhiker who I picked up in the dead of winter. he ended up coming and staying at our house. He was not homeless. He chose to be on the road and travel. And he was from Louisiana. He ended up spending Christmas with us. And one morning in early January, he just walked off. His time was there. And he was an interesting guy. We learned a lot from him. And even though he, didn't own anything, he still was a steward over the little things that he did own, which was not much. We gave him a coat and a backpack for Christmas, and other than that, he had very few worldly possessions. But even Larry was a steward, and God doesn't measure us. Well, our next principle, we'll get into that. It's how, not how much. He doesn't measure us by how much we steward, but it's how we take care of what we've been given. How we do one thing or anything or steward something is how we steward everything. And so the way that we take care of those somewhat menial things, our vehicles, or take care of our clothes when we take them off in the afternoon, whatever it might be, is how we're going to do everything. So everyone is a steward, principle number 1. How, not how much, is principle number 2. Skip through principle number 3 and 4. There we go. 3. Stewardship, I believe, is greater than ownership. Everyone can be a steward. Not everyone can be an owner. There's some countries where property ownership is not allowed. We're kind of moving towards that whole agenda that you'll own nothing and you'll be happy. I think that's evil and that's wrong, and that's something that we should fight against. I fiercely defend ownership, property ownership, but I also recognize that you can be an owner and not be a steward. And you can be a steward and not be an owner. So stewardship trumps ownership. And the last principle here is, as we increase our capacity to steward, our stewardship's increased. So increased capacity equals increased stewardship. And what we've been doing here today, have you guys increased your capacity to steward in the last 2 days, day and a half that we spent together? I hope you have. I hope that you will. And as I explain in these next slides, there is a balance. There's this equal sign in the middle. That means that as we do one, the other will necessarily increase. And to illustrate this is my stewardship balance diagram here. So this is just the way that I see it, that I feel like God inspired me to be able to explain this. If us as a steward, we're on the left side of this balance beam, and those things that we want to steward are on the right side. That could be money, it could be livestock, it could be whatever else you want to put on there. Businesses, relationships, all of those things that we are stewards over are on the left side of that. And they will be brought into balance. So we talked this morning about going and buying a ranch, buying livestock to be able to stock that ranch, having the finances that we need and the help that we need. All those things would be on the right side of the scale, and us as the steward is on the left side. And so whenever I look at an issue like the Joneses this morning, I'm going to look at the finances, but I'm also going to look at the steward, and I'm going to say, if they're not able to balance the stewardships on the right side, let's focus on the right side. Let's get the finances in place. Let's make sure the production and everything else works. But let's also simultaneously grow the steward in their capacities. And so we know that if we just focus on the right side, that at some point those things will fall off and they will be brought back into balance. Equilibrium, homeostasis by law will happen. And I've seen it in my business. I've seen it in the businesses of others. And I think if you look deeply in your life, you'll also be able to recognize the times in which you just focused on the right side in acquiring more assets, more stewardships. And maybe you neglected your ability to steward. And so some of those things were taken away. We see that illustrated in the parable of the talents, right? So how do we focus on the left side of the scale? We grow the steward, and we do that through the things that we're doing right here, the classes, our education. What other ways can you increase your capacity to steward? Give me some thoughts for you and you personally. And what has been useful for you to increase your ability to steward the things on the right side by what you're doing on the left side. And throw some things in the chat here. For me, and it could be things that I've already said, but for me, it is education. However you spell education. The other way that we can bring balance into this stewardship balance is by moving the fulcrum. Somebody wise said, give me a big fulcrum and I can move the world. And I believe the way that we move this fulcrum is by donating, by tithing, by paying it back and paying it forward. And I've seen that, and I shared the experience of us deciding beforehand the donations we were going to make before we deposited that quote unquote big check. It was also illustrated earlier in the year when we didn't know that check was actually going to come in, but we knew we needed a new car. And I was early one morning, I was studying my scriptures on the couch where we live in the winter. And I had been looking for a specific car for our family car to replace our Suburban that was not old in the number of years, but it had over 300,000 miles on it and had been a really good car. And the car that we look for is a little bit of a unicorn. It's a 9-passenger because even though all of our kids aren't home, we still end up with grandkids and using all 9 seats. And I really wanted a diesel engine because we wanted good fuel mileage and low miles. And I had tried ordering them from the dealer, and they're just hard to get, and they took forever to build, and it was kind of a special order item. And as I was reading my scriptures, the first thought I had, which was real clear, was to be able to I guess the thought simply was this. There's a cause that I believe in. It's called Who Lives. It provides clean water to areas of the world, mostly like third world countries. They do a lot of work in Africa, but also in Central and South America, where my heart is because I speak Spanish and I served a mission in Colombia. And so I followed them for a long time, and they had this proprietary human-powered drill, which is very portable, very cost-effective, and very useful at drilling culinary wells in remote locations and where, it's just cost prohibitive to be able to bring in drill rigs. And so I thought, I wonder what they're up to. And so I did a quick search and found that, yeah, they're still doing stuff. And of course, their donation button popped up as a pop-up when I was on their website. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I've donated to them in the past, but I'm gonna throw a little bit of money towards them. And so I did. And then I went back to reading my scriptures, finished up, and I thought, let's just check Facebook Marketplace for a car. And it kind of knew what I was searching for. And one of the things popped up in Idaho Falls, Idaho, was a white 9-passenger diesel Suburban. I texted the guy, messaged him on Messenger, and yeah, he had it available. And come to find out that he, not only was it 9-passenger, was it diesel, it only had 18,000 miles. It also had leather seats and a DVD player that were add-ons that he'd added on because he wanted that for his family. And so God is good. Cast your bread upon the waters, and as my grandpa said, it'll come back buttered. And so when we look at moving that fulcrum to the right, one of the ways that I know personally that works is by priming the pump and by donating, by being able to find causes that we believe in and saying that our businesses exist not just for profit, but to help others to be profitable as well. And so move that fulcrum to the right. The other way is to build a team, have coaches, have mentors. The who, not how principle. I'm not saying that you have to do everything yourself, and realizing that if we're going to steward these things on the right side, our stewardships, we need to have more people on the left side to be able to help us with that. And so Are there any questions on the stewardship balance? Makes sense. Makes sense. Which side do we have more control over, the right side or the left side? Put it in the chat or show me with your hands. Right, left. I'm probably backwards here. Pull that back up. Yeah, it's the left side. Has everything to do with us as the steward. But where does the world tell us to focus our efforts? It's more on the right side. It's acquiring the assets. It's the push. It's the drive. It's the get more. It's the do more. And if we don't, you guys, I know this to be true. If we don't balance the other side, that stuff is fleeting. It's just like the fog in the morning. It's going to burn off. It's going to go away. It is not sustainable to just chase the right side of this. Chase the stewards, the stewardships. We have to build the steward. Yes, Brian.
So my question to you is I guess on the stewardship part, like, how do we become stewards? Like, what does that look like? Like, like we live everyday life. We do what we do. We try to surround ourselves with people that, a statement that I live by is stick with the people that help you build it, walk away from the ones that don't. Right. But at the same time, like, everything you're saying is like everyday normal life, right? But how do we become that steward? Like, what does that look like? And if it's not making sense, I'm sorry, but I don't know how else to explain it.
Yeah. No, but good question. And I think it's worth opening it up for a couple minutes of discussion. Basically everything that we're teaching in this class is helping you to do that. But let's kind of talk through that. What does that practically look like? To bring it down to, like, as my neighbor used to say, get it down to where the calves eat it, make it more digestible, and help us to be able to see how this actually works in real life. So Brian, super good question. So if I understand it right, basically you're asking what does it look like to really focus on that left side and build the steward?
Yes, that is correct. Because like I said, being a man of God, having a household that believes in God and trusts God to do stuff. But at the same time, there's more to building that stewardship than just loving God and all of that. I mean, that's a big key proponent, yes, but what more comes from that to build that?
Yeah, and if you guys have thoughts, chime in here too. So where my heart and mind goes, Brian, is when you look at the parable of the talents, the master chose 3 servants. He gave them varying amounts of talents or money. They went, 2 of them put that money to the exchangers or invested it, received a return, 100% return on that money, which was on loan to them. And then when the day of reckoning came, they were able to return 200% back to their master. They received infinite return from that. All that all that my Father has is yours now. So that helps me to realize that just the principles that we've talked about, those 4 principles, that it's not how much, it's how we steward, not how much. Everyone is a steward. That parable embodies that. And so with what we've been given, are we willing to increase upon it? Are we willing to do what the world might say be risky? But really the bigger risk is not living our mission. It's not singing the song that God's put inside of us because we're afraid and we're fearful. And that's what that 3rd servant did. He was like, I was fearful. I went, I hit it. And here it is. I'm giving you 100% return. I mean, I'm giving you everything that you asked. It's all back. Here's a return of your investment. The master wanted a return on his investment. And it wasn't so much, Brian, that he wanted the talent doubled. But what did the servant learn in the process that made him worthy to receive all that the Father had? And what did the fearful servant do because he was fearful that made him unworthy and had his talent taken away from him?
That makes, yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that
Okay.
puts it in a better perspective for sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other thoughts on that? Super good question. I like that. Really good question, Brian. Okay. Stewardships. So there've been some questions from Austin. I know in your in the conversations that you've had with him, one of the things that he leads into is, hey, we coach people, we mentor people, we have programs here at Ag Steward. And so would it be okay if we spent, it's going to be about 20 minutes, and we go through what it looks like to work with Ag Steward? This is this is an opportunity that I'm super excited about. And, you know, basically the question is it right to work with Ag Steward? What does that look like? Who do we help? And what does it cost? What's the commitment level, right? So we'll answer all those questions. This was almost exact. Well, when was this? 2019, probably. We were actually, that was the morning that we were moving from our ranch in Secret Pass to Clover Valley. This is where we're at right now. I went out on my porch that morning, and it was just still and it was quiet. And I looked up at the shop, and there were flames coming out of our John Deere 6410 tractor. I thought for just a second, that doesn't look good. It's like, it was so strange I mean, there was no boom, there was nothing. It was just still, it was quiet. And then all of a sudden our tractor's on fire. And so I came through, running through the house, grabbed my boots, told Selena, said, hey, call Logan, the fire department, fire chief. Our tractor's on fire. She's, what? I said, her tractor's on fire. I'm like, what? Anyway, it would have been plugged in. It was a cold night. And so we plugged it in, and the block heater malfunctioned. And I'm a little more careful about blowing off and cleaning off our tractors now, because there's enough grease and hay there that it started that thing on fire. And so sometimes, no matter how much we strive to take care of the things that we have stewardship over, we're going to have these experiences where, you know, things are going to burn to the ground, and we kind of are left wondering, okay, what do we do? What happened? What could I have done differently? What do I need to do now? And so as I look at that, some of our coaching programs are a little bit like that. Like, you know, some businesses are a dumpster fire, they're a tractor fire. Some of them are a brand new tractor, and they're running on all cylinders, and they're working really good, and they're ready to go to work and scale. It doesn't matter where you're at. The principles work, and the principles are largely the same. It's not that I say, you know, it's not that I have one set of principles that I teach the entry level clients, and I have another set of principles that I teach the high level clients. They're all basically the same. And so as we talk about this is basically what we do. This coaching program is summarized here in the landing page that we have put together. Let me pull that up and share it with you. And let's see, Austin. Well, Austin will have the link. He'll drop it in the chat here in just a minute. But basically, let's see. Let me go. There it is. There it is. Now I can share it, I think. Yeah, here we go. So this is the basic landing page, legacy.agsteward.co/elite. This is our mid-tier. This is a group coaching program. And as we looked over what this group needs, this is what we felt met most of your needs. Some of you have already committed to working with us one-on-one, and that's wonderful. You're going to get everything that's already in here. If you are not at that level to work with us one-on-one, Austin will help you determine if this is the right program or the one-on-one is the right program. So our monthly mastermind, where we get together and we find some real value for you and your business and your strategic direction. Assessor's been involved with that. We've had others that are been our clients for years. They still continue to show up to those at the first of the month. We value that at $12,000 because the value of the output that you get from that is worth that. We also open up regular office hours to be able to give you personalized guidance. It's first come, first serve. Come into the room and we'll help you with whatever challenges or opportunities you're facing. We do some bi-monthly Zoom meetings. These meetings are focused on tackling, so different than the office hours. This is more structured where we'll give a training, and it's based on teaching the principles that you need to be able to build out a business plan. So over the course of the year, you'll go through vision, mission, values. You'll look at your organizational chart. You'll get your finances in order. And at the end of the year, you'll have, and it can happen a lot quicker than that. But through the course of this, you'll have all the parts and pieces you need to build out this business plan to be able to take it and get financing or to be self-financed and prove that it's a viable business plan. In addition to that, we have one-day intensive where we'll bring in a guest speaker. This is a closed group, unlike the summits and the webinars and even this class. This is for people who've paid the price to be there. So people like Rich Brazil, individuals like Amy Walker, who's helped us with marketing, and other people that are directly in the direct marketing space will come and will coach you and help you understand the principles you need to have a viable business. So this will be generally a high level outside perspective that we'll be doing a specific training for our group and our community. So that's a $4,000 value. And then you'll get access to our vault with our recordings and the things that you can go back and be able to review, also share with your team, pull out the nuggets, take notes, and then the last piece is access via email, or we're looking at other ways such as Slack, ways to be able to effectively communicate with the members of this community, so that when you have answers, like what we want is for you to do the due diligence and do the work. Don't come to me and say, hey, here's an idea. Can you figure out if this will work? I'm going to say, no, you go figure out if it'll work, and you come back and then we'll talk about the next step. So I'm not going to do the work for you, but we will figure out. And if you're stuck, like, we don't want you to go stuck. We want you to get the quick win that you need to be able to move on. And the community that we're building, that's really priceless. So the regular value is $40,000. For this class specifically, it's $4,997. And so, did I miss anything, Austin? Anything jump out that I didn't cover?
If you just want to do a quick overview of what the difference between the mastermind, the Zoom recordings, and the open office hours, each of those, it kind of has a little different focus and a different result and a different expectation upon the attendees as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the mastermind is really a lot focused on accountability. It's a short training. We're always going to start it with, what are your 3 wins from last month? What are your 3 goals for next month? And it's like, why would I pay $12,000 to have somebody do that? Because imagine if you actually did that, right? How valuable that would be. So really focused on accountability there and setting goals. The office hours is a chance for you to be able to get some one-on-one coaching, which we charge. Austin and I charge a lot more than that. If it's just a one-on-one, a deep dive, or, if it's a one-off deal, we realize that your ability to be able to plug into somebody with, not that we have all the answers, but rarely am I stumped. In other words, when somebody comes to me with a question, I'll usually think of 2 or 3 resources and 2 or 3 people that can help them solve that issue. So, and then the Zoom meetings, that's just more where we're going to give you the trainings and the steps to be able to build out your business plan. You'd be surprised at how many businesses have been in business for years and they don't have a plan. It's like, man, I hope I get through this year. Last year was pretty good. Let's do more of that. It didn't work so good. Let's do something different this year. But do they actually have a plan? No, its plan is hope. I hope it works. So there's that. Is that any other questions on that, Austin?
I think that covers it. And then you have some bonuses if they sign up today. Is that right?
Yeah, basically, I know that it may take a minute to get some financing. You may need to go and consult with your spouse, but so we'll give you until tomorrow, Saturday evening at midnight Pacific time, and we'll see, when that registration comes in. You can talk to Austin about that. But basically, those bonuses are, we're going to offer a one-on-one with your team. That's going to be a vision session. Usually that takes an hour and a half, 90 minutes to 120 minutes to hour and a half to 2 hours. And you'll walk away with a synergistic vision for you and your team to be able to hit the ground running. And the other piece that we felt inspired to do, which I haven't told Selena this yet, so I might have to ask for your forgiveness rather than your permission, but we would like to host a group on the ranch this next spring. We've been to the Wallace's place in Texas. We've done some on-sites. There is so much value in just stepping away and getting a new perspective by actually changing your geographic location. I love Zoom. I love that I can sit in my office and I can go out and irrigate and move cattle in the afternoon. I get the convenience factor, but there's something to be said for even jumping on a plane or jumping in your car and flying across the country and immersing yourself for a day to a day and a half. And so that includes the education for 2 people from your business. You'll provide your own lodging, which would either be on the ranch, kind of first come, first served, depending on the year, or, we're only about 16, 20 miles from town. So I have lots of lodging options there. So that would be included also.
And that's for if they pay in full on this program, are there any payment options that you have available if that's not a financially feasible opportunity right now?
Yeah. So thinking about that, so when you go in, and I'll just share this, if you're committed and you commit to us and say, hey, I'm all in, what we'll do, so basically I'll share my screen. We actually have set this up so that there's a discount, a 10% discount if you pay for this program in full, already built in. But you'll basically go here, enter your billing information. Doesn't auto populate your code, and then hit next. So yeah, that comes up with your one-time payment of $4,997, which gets you the bonuses. Because you guys are here and we want to serve you at the highest level, if you go ahead and you sign up for the $500 a month or $497 a month, there's no code. You can just toggle between those two. So when you go to the payment page, you'll make 2 payments of $500 and then pay the balance in full. So the $4,000 in full by January 1st. The reason January 1st, you can either deduct it on this year's taxes or put it on next year's. If you pay in full by January 1st, then we'll give you those offers as well. So is that clear? So pay in full today or 2 payments, $4,997 with a balance due by January 1st.
And I think you kind of talked about this at the beginning, but if you want to further expound, what are the high level results that people will get from being a part of this program, and why would this be a perfect fit for somebody?
Yeah. So we got a couple of people that have been involved with our program before, and I'll share their testimonials. It's a good spot to be able to jump into that. Austin, if you want to read this one.
Yep.
If you're able to pull it up. This is from the Levin family. They moved from Texas to Missouri. We were there and involved with that process. They've been in our coaching for just over a year, and just an awesome family to work with. So
I just wanted to share our experience of working with Jared in case anyone is interested or on the fence about it. We are currently in the process of selling our cattle and sheep operation in Texas and relocating to Missouri. Jared has helped us dig deep into our emotions when finding our why. He has supported us through the tears. He's helped us learn new techniques because we all know how difficult this journey is. He has also helped us with our vision and getting that set into motion. Jared is teaching us how to prioritize our time and tasks. He's teaching us how to delegate responsibilities and to be motivating and inspiring. Jared is teaching us how to efficiently set short-term and long-term goals. We feel that Jared has not only become our mentor, but our friend as well. He is very personable and has a way of connecting with the person. He wants everyone to be successful and to live a fulfilling life, and we feel blessed and honored to be on this journey with him.
Yep. So that has been it's been an honor to be able to serve that family. You guys also heard from Lance yesterday, Lance and his wife, Laura Lee, they're just stellar people. And we've got others who are more in the beginning phases of business. And so regardless of where you're at, the results are going to vary, but the guarantee is that we'll show up 100% and you do 100%, and we leave the rest to God. And the results absolutely will happen. And it's a privilege and an honor to be involved with people in such an intimate way, to be able to help tread on some sacred ground. So next steps, Austin's visited with you. Austin, is it okay if they have questions to be able to reach out to you, like, hey, is this the right next step for me? What is right? What is best?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think I've got one call still with Matt this evening. I met with everyone else. We've kind of had some conversations. If you have any questions about the program, about the financing, about if it would be a good fit for you or not, we want to make sure it's a good fit. We don't want you to buy it just because we tell you to buy it. So if you have any questions at all, you got my number. Those of you who have met with me, text me. We can jump on a phone call, or we can converse via text. We can jump on another Zoom call if we need to today. I am definitely here to help you feel good about your decision. And this is an investment. There's no doubt about it. I think the thing that anyone who has worked with Jared can testify to is you may not get a financial return right away, but you will get a return in terms of your personal experience, your business growth, your mindset, so many things that will help you grow your overall perspective around farming and ranching in your business. And a lot of times we see dollar signs and we start calculating, well, can I afford this right now? And my question is always, can you afford not to do this right now? How much faster will this help you grow and maintain momentum and create the change that you are here to create? We can do a lot of things on our own. We can do more things whenever we work with someone. And so, as someone who has worked with the coach and who is a coach, and Jared can testify to this too, it can be scary, it can be nerve-wracking, it can be uncertain, and it can be expensive to hire someone to fill this place within your business, but it always pays off. And not only will it stretch you, but it will grow you and it will help you become a better person in the long run. So, if you have any questions at all, please reach out to me and I will do my best to help you feel good about your decision and get you moving in the right direction.
Yeah, love it. Yep, that is really good. I appreciate that. And so this is something that we are continuing to build out. We're looking and always striving to know, like, what does our client base need? What do they need right now to be successful? And how can we best show up and serve them at the highest level? Let's see, Brian asks, are we able to access this class again if needed? And will we have access from this class from yesterday and today? Yes, Brian. Yep. So Mira, she's in the middle of a typhoon in the Philippines right now. So if we can send some prayers to the people in the Philippines, that's why she's been a little bit unresponsive. I have a lot of grace for them. Yesterday, she did get some messages out, but she sent this morning and said, hey, we may not be in service for a bit. So as soon as she's able to, we'll ask her to break out the morning and afternoon section. So there'll be like 4 segments in a playlist. So absolutely, you can go back and rewatch it. So the next step, is it clear on what your next step is? Reach out to Austin, or Austin, you want to drop that link in the chat? And
yeah, it's in there.
Okay, you got it. So go to that link, navigate to the payment page, and select either pay in full or the $500 a month. And it'll be an honor to each of you. I can tell that your commitment to stewardship is high, and so let's just touch briefly, Austin, on the difference between this and what it looks like to work with us one-on-one. I know that there's some people in here that are transitioning into a one-on-one program. And Caesar's actually in our entry level, which we're grateful for that. And if you want to know, what that's about, Austin can tell you about that as well. But so the one-on-one program, Austin is the one that will talk to you about that. It's something you have to qualify for. We're very limited because that is where you get my time. I'm not a member of your team. I'm a member of an advisory board, is the way I consider it to be. And I act in the role of more of a general contractor or a guide for you. I'm not going to be on your ranch making the day-to-day decisions. You don't want me there. I'm going to enable you to be the expert in your ranch so that you can make those decisions with confidence and courage. And basically, we'll go through this same process. It'll just be accelerated. You'll have a lot more hand-holding to be able to make sure that you get done. And that, what else would you say would be the big difference? I mean, we can go through the deliverables, Austin, but I mean, that's kind of your job on the one-on-one side.
Yeah,
I don't know if we necessarily need to do that here.
I don't think we do. Essentially, the biggest difference is the program we were just presented is really for folks who are not full-time, number one, who are maybe just getting started, who have a very small scale, very much a part-time, and your biggest need is for education, support, and accountability. That's what you need is community, education, and someone to kind of be that sounding board for you. Whenever you get into the one-on-one programs, those are built around folks who are either working to be full-time 6-figure or more business, or they already are full-time 6-figure or more in a diversified operation typically. And the reason for that, not only from the financial investment, also the time investment, the focus on those programs is to help you grow and scale quickly, efficiently, and profitably. So Jared spends a lot of time working on the groundwork of what kind of foundation do you need to have in order to be successful in all the different areas that we talked about the last 2 days. And then being that personal coach that's going to guide you and lead you every single month for a year to make sure that you are implementing and that you are supported and that you are making the right decisions. So it's a much more intensive program from a time and money standpoint to help you achieve progress at a faster rate because you are in that full-time pursuit. So all the same concepts, the same frameworks, the same overall education as the Goop program, but again, designed for someone who is committing to this venture in their life and wants to grow and scale and be profitable in a short amount of time. And by doing so, they get to access Jared personally on the one-on-one calls, get customized coaching for their business and their operation, and as a result, grow faster because of the just commitment that you're making to the journey.
Okay, very good summation. So again, if you want to explore the differences, if Austin hasn't already talked, or we really haven't yet, but if you want to do a follow-up call with Austin, that's what he's here for. Just say, hey, do I qualify? The two things that help you to qualify, are you doing it full-time? Or are you committed to being a full-time business? And there is an income qualification to be able to do this, because the investment is significant. Austin can look, and it's not for everybody, but we want to serve those that are ready and ready to scale. So, yeah, thanks, Caesar, for that. I appreciate Caesar being involved. He shows up, and man, he's just hungry. It's awesome to have him part of this group. So now that we've talked about the deliverables, the sales, could I ask for just a couple minutes? Because as we're looking at going into 2026, like, you guys have shown up and you've played full out here for 2 days. What else would you need to be successful? Like, I'm prayerfully considering, we're consulting, Selena and I, with our team, and Austin and I have talked about this. I've talked with our coaches, Larry and Stacy Wallace, now our main coaches for business. And I would love to hear back from you. Is there anything that we've missed, or is there anything that you feel like we would, that we could provide from Ag Steward standpoint to help people be successful? Anything come to mind, you guys?
Door prizes for answers.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if this is anything extra you can do, but one thing that really helped us decide that we wanted to work with you is that your faith and your belief in God. We are believing people as well, and that's huge to have. It's huge to know that we can trust and have confidence that we have the same mindset and the same goal. So you've got the most important part right there.
Thank you, Leanne. We respect that so much. I don't know that I've ever necessarily hid my light under a bushel, but for a long time I tried to separate faith and business, and my faith was my private life and business was business. And I thought that I even had this misconception that it was some kind of priestcraft to be able to bear witness and talk about God and my faith in Jesus Christ. I mean, we're not a church, and we're not here to save people. But it is so much of what we do. And I know that not, it doesn't resonate with everybody, but that's okay. 90% of the people that work with us, they're believers, but there's a couple that are atheists, and it's okay. We love them too. It's okay. And we accept them. So, anything else, any other things that come to mind of ways that we could help you to be successful going into this next year? More on the plant side of ag and how that looks. Let's see. Maybe go ahead and explain that. Maybe I'm not, either my dyslexia or something. What? Oh, I see it now. The plant.
I mistyped fat fingers, it happens. No, I mean, everything you had here today in the last 2 days is great. I mean, lots of knowledge, lots of awesomeness, on the religious side of things and the love of God, plus, the business side of things. However, like a lot of it was cattle driven, and not everybody is cattle driven, stock driven per se. you know, some of us are, you know, more towards the crop side or the planting side or, you know, something like that. And I mean, I think you may reach out, have a better success of reaching out to people on that side of it as well with the same kind of business plan, but not just towards cattle, so to speak, if that makes sense. And no disrespect by any
No,
means,
no.
something that I think be something that will be helpful later.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that's great. You know, we definitely have like our strengths and things that are in our wheelhouse. Like Lance said yesterday, I remember when he went through this class and he asked the question, could you help somebody as a row crop farmer? And I was candid and I says that I can't help you grow better crops, but I know people who can. And I'll plug you into Josh Adams, who was my go-to, William DeMille, who is awesome on soil health side. They're on my team, the people that I work with and consult with. But I said, if you want accountability and you want business structure and you want coaching, then absolutely. And he's like, I remember his testimonial was saying like he ran upstairs and told his wife, I found him. I found the guy that can help me. And I was like, that's pretty awesome, you know, because I didn't try to pretend like I can be everything for everyone. But that said, Brian, I appreciate that question. Like there are people within our resource base, specifically thinking about like William DeMille for you at the scale that you're at, and some of the things that he offers, which may be a really good fit for you and in your operation, Brian. And maybe even like one of his boot camps on the ranch during the summer, coming and doing his immersive event.
Right.
Being able to see the greenhouse and actually plant gardens and, you know, sit at his feet for 2 days is a great opportunity.
Okay. Well, thanks for that.
Yeah, you bet. You bet. Okay, well, thanks, you guys. I appreciate that. I do value this feedback, and if other things come up, mention them to Austin, text him, or you know, send me in the. I'll have Micah look for those, and if you send a message via the business message. So we haven't done a lot of on-site events, but it's been in our coaching call with Larry Wallace this last week. He was the second witness that it's something that I need to look at doing. I've had it on my mind for a while, and I really enjoy the Zoom context, but I also know that, man, sometimes that acceleration of learning can happen so much more when you get off your ranch, you step away from the day-to-day, and you actually go and are in a different environment around some amazing, wonderful people. Growth can happen so much faster. So that's what we're planning on doing. A couple of those at least during the 2026 year. There'll be at least one of them will be on the ranch, and the other one, probably both of them on the ranch. Is still evolving. We may do another one either at somebody else's location, or, you know, I can almost guarantee it's not going to be at a hotel ballroom. Like it's going to be in the element, in places where we can go and we can see the ecological systems, and we can eat good food. We can have camaraderie. We can have some alone time. We can commune with God, commune with nature, and grow together. And so, if that sounds like your jam, man, we would love to have you part of that. So, okay. Anything else, Austin, on that?
Go get signed up.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep, that's your next step. So do that. Okay, Selena's going to take us through a little exercise here as we reset and we go into the kind of the final sprint here to finish out day 2. So are you ready to go, Selena?
That's pretty loud out here. You might have to do it.
Okay. Do you want to come in here? So out there is just in the living room. We have a couple of extra kids here today, like we didn't have enough, right? The Hatterleys that work for us, they've got a 5-year-old and a 1-year-old. So Okay.
Jared,
I'll
when you
let
have
you-
9, what's 2 more?
I know. Yeah. After 5, it was just kind of a blur anyway. So.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Hmm.
All right. So this is a breathing exercise that I do that I feel like helps kind of reset everything, but especially getting out of the frontal cortex, which can be fight, flight, or freeze. And I think a lot of times in these settings, we kind of get overwhelmed and we get to the freeze part, which could just be like the checking out type of feeling and just not really being as present as we could be. So when we get oxygen to the brain, it helps pull us back more into our thinking part of our brain. And so this really helps me. So it's just a simple breathing in. We'll breathe in. We'll just start with 3 seconds. Kind of my rule of thumb is for however long you breathe in for, you try to hold that breath for 4 times as long as you breathed in. So you don't want to, go long. So we'll just start out with 3 seconds. We'll breathe in for 3, and then we're going to hold for 12 seconds if you can. Okay, so we just when you breathe in, a lot of times we hear to do like stomach breathing, like breathing into the belly. If you're a singer, that's great. For this purpose, I like to think about it breathing into my brain. So I like feel it in my head. And I visualize while I'm doing that those oxygen cells are getting to all parts of my body and taking light and energy with it. So I'll count, and we'll breathe in for 3, we'll hold for that 12, and then we'll breathe out for, I think it's like twice as, so it would be 6, breathe out for 6 seconds. So we'll try it that way. So breathe in, 2, 3, hold, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Breathe out, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we're going to repeat it at least 2 more times. So breathe in, 2, 3, hold, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and out, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so one more time, really think about that oxygen going into every cell of your being and breathing life into what you need there to be, whether you're feeling pain in your shoulder or your back or your tushy that's been sitting for 2 days. So breathe in, 1, 2, 3, hold, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and out, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is very kind of intuitive. Like just what is your body saying? What feels good? Where do you feel like you need more oxygen? Like you can kind of, I'm finding for me as I'm breathing in, I can be like, you know what? I really feel like I need it here. And I'll think about that and focus on like pushing the air there. And it seems really weird. Like, can you really do that? But I think your intentions are real and powerful, and it matters how much intention and focus energy you put in. It doesn't take very long. So utilize this as much as you need. There's lots of breathing exercises out there. They have different purposes, but this is kind of an easy go-to one for me. So
Thank you. Very good. We'll take your deal so we don't get feedback from out there. Okay.
Jared, I saw you yawn, so you gotta do it again.
You remember what yawning is, right? You'll know what that emotional relief. For me, I'm a yawner. And it's not that I'm tired. That is an emotional release. And Selena pointed that out yesterday when we were doing our arm tapping. When you're training horses, one of the indicator that they're internalizing things, that it gets through the fight or flight and it gets deeper into their brain is when they sit and they lick their lips. So yawning is just like licking your lips. So it's a good thing. It's a good thing. Don't read too much into the body language when somebody yawns, unless they start nodding their head, and then it's like, okay, I gotta We got to do more than deep breathing. We got to stand up and do some jumping jacks. So Caesar, you're on jumping jack patrol here this afternoon. Brian's shaking his head. He's like, no, not with arm surgery. Was it shoulder surgery or something, Brian? Is that what you did? Okay. We won't make you do that. You're attentive. You're all good. Thank you, Selena, for leading that discussion. After lunch, sometimes we get into that slump, and so we just need to have a state change. Okay, who remembered what the 4 L's are that we talked about first thing this morning? Go ahead and put them in the chat or unmute and say them. It's opportunity to review, return, be reminded.
Live, love, learn, leave a legacy.
Yeah, let's give a big round of applause for Cesar. There we go. Oh, there you go. You got rockets that time. Where did that one come from? Good job. Good job. Yep. Live, love, learn, leave a legacy. Margaret, you got it also. Very good. Very good. So we're going to wrap, or we're going to move into a little bit more depth on these pieces here this afternoon. We've talked about the mindset, getting the foundation right, charting our course, the vision, establishing a little bit where we're at and a lot of where we're going. We've talked about the economics, the ecology, the finance, building the right team. Tony Robbins is actually doing an event. I listened to the replay of his and Dean Graciosi's day 1 of the AI summit. I really like those guys. Tony Robbins is a little bit polarizing. You either love him or hate him. I really like him. I think he's really good at what he does, at his craft of helping people transform. So as I was out milking this morning, I was listening on YouTube to the replay of that summit. And one of the Tony Robbins principles is success is 90% psychology, 10% skills. You guys agree with that? 90% in your head, 10% what you can actually do. The world education system, it focuses the opposite. It's kind of inverts that. 80-90% is on skills, 10% is mindset, if they even touch mindset at all. And so in this class, you're going to think, well, man, Jared's not talking about these, what tools to use, or about no-till, or about biologicals. Where's the skills? You know what? You'll figure those things out, and they're going to be different, a little bit different for each context. The skills, I believe, are going to come when you have the courage and commitment and the confidence. And so to that end, we're going to talk a little bit about the commitment and what that actually means to be committed. What are you committed to? Who are you committed to? What are you going to do as a result of being here? Those are the things that are more important to me when you walk away than the skills that you've gained. Because again, you'll get the skills. You will get the skills. Bud Williams taught the principle that I mentioned yesterday, that every day that we do not sell, we've just bought. So we look out in our pastures, and we didn't call the buyer, and we didn't call the truck, and we didn't send our cattle to the sale today. So we just bought them, and we either got a bargain or we paid too much. How do we know? How do we know that? What are we committed to? Somebody wise, Van Gogh, said, at the moment of commitment, the entire universe conspires to assist you, to assist me. At the moment of commitment, not when we're into the second decade, or it's at the moment of commitment. Have you guys ever experienced that? Has there ever been a time when you felt like, I'm all in? I'm all in. I'm burning the boats. I'm all in. I'm committed. Think about that for just a minute. And let's even open it up. Let's just pause here for just a second, because I want you to think about a time when you were all in. When was that? Go ahead and write it down in your journal. Put it in your notes. When were you all in? And got something that's come to mind? Be thinking about that. And if one of you would like to share, one or two of you, I'd love to hear what that experience and the context around that. For me, commitment is not easy. Like, I take commitment seriously, but I oftentimes want to know that there's an exit strategy. I want to know that there's a way out. And this question was really hard for me. I didn't intend, this wasn't in my notes to ask this question, but when was I all in? And the number one experience that comes to mind, and I shared this on the summit, and I won't go into the full details, but when our 3-year-old son suffered a asphyxiation, and he was rushed via, well, he was given a special prayer upon him, and his life was restored, and he began to breathe. But he was there physically, but he was not there spiritually. His breath was shallow, and you could tell that things were not okay. Through that event, and as we went from the ambulance and loaded him onto the life flight helicopter that we were not able to join him on, and Selena and I jumped in the patrol car to rush to the hospital, I committed to God at that time. I said, take the ranch, take my life, but please save this little boy. That was that comes to mind, the highest level of commitment that I've ever made. I made commitments to God and commitments to Selena when we got married. And I don't know if those have ever been tested or tried or challenged in that way. But at that time, it was like time stood still in a way, even though things were going very fast around us. And I made some promises to God, that, like, already things that I felt like I'd promised him, but they were done with an intention that I hadn't before felt. And that was a level of commitment for me, that, this is what is important. This is why. And I'm willing. Does anybody else have an experience that they can think of when they've made a commitment, when they've been all in? Go for it, Cesar.
So there was a company I used to work at called Semlar. They're one of the major mortgage subservicers. I was doing customer service for them, and I was just figuring out if I wanted to continue um, with like going to school for psychology, if I wanted to get into farming like my grandparents. And I just had the most awful day. Like that job, and it's customer service. You're constantly getting screamed at and yelled at about their mortgages or their HELOCs, and it was just a really bad day. And it got to the point where I called out, called out sick for the rest of my shift. And I broke down, and I realized I couldn't do it anymore. And so that's when I just decided to commit to become like a farmer. And I signed up to go back to school to Central Arizona College. I switched employers to one that paid a little bit more so I could pay for school. And yeah, and one thing led to another, and now I'm here.
Love it. Yeah.
It's
Sometimes
just
we
like
have those pivotal moments in life.
yeah, when something awful happens, or it just hits you, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. And in hindsight now, you can be grateful for that, right? Like, what if you hadn't have had such an awful day? and you'd gotten further down the road, then we might have that sunk cost bias where it's like, oh, I've invested so much, it's hard for me to pivot. But what a tender mercy that God allowed you to be able to face that wall so quickly and say, no, I need to pivot.
Yeah, and to be honest, yeah, that's exactly right. And because come to find out a few months later, we get a bunch of new employees at the company. Come to find out they did their first layoffs.
Okay.
And my on would have been cut. So I, you know, God put that synchronicity out there.
Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. Thank you, Cesar. Give Cesar a big round of applause or some kind of awesome emoji. That was the wrong one. That wasn't quite fitting. let me try again. We'll do that one. Okay. Cool, you guys. Anybody else have a moment where they've committed that they'd like to share? There we go. Dan Sullivan talks about, you guys are going to hear a lot about Dan Sullivan. You got to go buy all his books. At least the trilogy with Ben Hardy. Again, they're available. Those are kind of a must read for anybody who works with us at Ag Steward, just because that is so much within our context of what we talk about here. So 4 C's, commitment is number 1. And we've talked about that. Second is courage. After we have that commitment, then a lot of times we want to say, well, I'm waiting for the courage to actually act upon this. When we're committed, the courage comes. When we're committed, the courage will follow. It's the natural result, just like fall follows summer. Number 3 is capability. And that's where we have that capability, or sometimes I interchange that with competence. Those are the skills. Those are the things that the world wants to focus on. But remember, before we get the capability, we need to have commitment and courage. And then the last one is the confidence. People say, well, I'm just not really feeling confident in doing this. Well, then you can work it backwards and say, well, do you have the skills? If you have the skills, then do you have the courage? And are you fully committed? If you're kind of waffling, Christ told us he doesn't want us to be lukewarm. He'd rather that we're hot or cold. Be committed, be all in or be all out. Make that commitment. So you guys got those? Number 1, commitment. Number 2, courage, capability, and confidence are the 4 C's. And then let me share my screen here again. All right. The world wants to focus a lot on the results, the fruit, but the results go and they start beneath the surface. And so why do we focus so much on the mindset, on the vision, mission, values, some of these things that are not results necessarily? Why don't we just talk all about the production, about the ecology, about the genetics, about everything else that the trade magazines and the schools and everybody else talks about? Those are needed, right? Those are the skills. But we have to work it backwards. So if we want results, and you guys have identified some results here, you put in a profit goal that you're working towards. You have a vision, that's the fruition of that is the fruit. And if we're not getting those results, then I'm always going to look deeper and I'm going to ask, what are the action steps that you're taking? And those action steps are driven and fueled by the emotions that we have. We've talked a lot about emotions here, right? They're not necessarily good or bad, they're just fuel. Even what can be labeled as a negative emotion can be fueled and burn off to be able to create a positive result. Christ cleansed the temple. What people might seem like anger, it was a very strong intention that this is not right. This is God's house and you need to get out. And he created some actions which created a result of cleansing the temple. And I can guarantee that his thoughts were not, I hate these people, or were, I love these people and I cannot let them defile my Father's house. So if we work this backwards, the roots and the emotions are, sorry, the thoughts and emotions are the roots, and everything that's going on beneath the surface, the actions and the results are the things that we see above ground and the things that the world judges us by. So if we want to really affect lasting change, where do we put our focus? Above ground or below ground? Is it on the results or actions, or is it on the emotions and thoughts? If we want truly lasting change, paradigm shifting change, it's got to be on what's going on beneath the surface. And we know that from agriculture, right? We know that we've got to be able to get to the root level. And so when it comes to skills, it's important to understand that we all want to be competent at something. You're here because you want to be more competent stewards. You want to be better at managing, building businesses, managing businesses, scaling those businesses, better in your relationships, have better health, have better profitable businesses. But there's a natural process that this goes through, and it starts with, it's the UICICCUC model. You guys got that? Let me explain here real quick. It's the unconscious incompetence where you don't know that you don't know what you don't know, and you don't care because you're just, that was me starting out trying to manage a business at age 23. I was unconsciously incompetent. And then I started to learn as I made some mistakes, and the pain of failure caught up with me. I started to realize there's a lot that I don't know. So then you know what you don't know. That's consciously incompetent. And you start to recognize, hey, I really don't know everything. You focus on it, you build those skills, you do the work, you put in the thought process, you manage your emotions, and then you start to become consciously competent, where you have to think about it. And sometimes the thinking is just as much work as the doing. But you're able to do it, and you're able to do it well. And then if you persist somewhere, they say it's the 10,000 hour rule. Yeah, somebody said God, you said a timeline and God laughs, right? I think that this can happen instantaneously, like change can happen. It's not that you can speed up the gestation period, so to speak. It's that, and rather than taking 10,000 hours, it can happen a lot faster than that. How much faster? I think it really depends on your desires, your commitment level, and you're willing to let go of your old paradigms and your old belief systems and your old patterns, and you're willing to really work at it. Then at stage 4, you move into the unconscious competence, where it's just like driving a car, where you don't have to think about the gas pedal, the brake pedal, the clutch, the turn signal, how to adjust the heat or the cold. It's just, you are driving unconsciously, hopefully not completely unconsciously, but your competence is such that you can focus on other things. You can have a phone call while you're driving the car because you've practiced it enough. Okay, so that's the competence model, where what we persist in will get easier. It's just natural law. Sometimes we look at people and we think they're so gifted, and we don't see behind the scenes all the hours that they put in, the time, the blood, the sweat, the tears. We don't see their commitment level. We just judge them from the outside, and we call them blessed, or we call them gifted, when really it's, they paid the price to be able to get to that level. And so as we become stewards over as we're on this stewardship journey, part of the process is that we chip away everything that isn't David. This is Michelangelo when he was asked, how did you create such a beautiful a beautiful statue when he created the statue of David, that's lasted for millennia. And he said, David was always in there. I just had to chip away everything that wasn't David. And I think that, the work that we're doing here, the work that we do behind the scenes, when we're all alone and nobody else is watching, that's the work that's chipping away everything that isn't David, that's revealing who already exists inside this, maybe this ugly looking rock. That's a beautiful statue, which represents us, right? We're taking away the rough edges, we're refining, we're polishing, and sometimes that looks, it looks, it's a word I'm looking for. It looks invasive, it looks hard, it looks mean, or it takes some force. It takes a hammer and a chisel, because I can't imagine that, that Michelangelo went about creating David with sandpaper. Like, he had to use something that was more aggressive. And so sometimes when we face up and encounter those life-altering experiences like Cesar just mentioned, we hit those walls, or we find that, man, this person is just driving me nuts. We can just look, hey, they're just here to knock off these rough edges. God's allowing them in my life, or allowing me to experience these things, allowing me to go through these trials so that I can become who he created me to come. Not this rough, ugly stone, but this beautiful statue who is always inside of us, who he always sees, just like Michelangelo saw David inside of the stone. Okay. Right on, you guys. So with that, focus on below. Thoughts and emotions create the actions and the results. Call that a TEAR cycle, TEAR. Thoughts, emotions, actions, results. Remember that unconscious incompetency. You persist, you'll actually get to the point where you're unconsciously competent. That's a natural process. Knock off the rough edges, find out who's inside of you. And along the way, it's going to be an incredible journey. We know that to be true. So we're going to take a brief break here. Refresh your water, use the bathroom if you need to. We'll take like a 5-minute break. So come back at 1/4 And then we're going to move into the last piece today, and that's the legacy piece, the last L. For some of you, you might think, well, I'm not there yet. I'm not ready to build a succession plan, but we're going to begin with the end in mind. So we'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, Jana, we're just coming back from break, so we just had a quick water and potty break, and we're going to jump back into it this afternoon. Okay, yeah, come on back, everybody. Very good. In the Bible, there's some different stories about individuals who. So this afternoon, again, we're going to be talking about the fourth L in the live, love, learn, leave a legacy component. There's different stories from scriptures that talk about individuals who've left legacies. Certainly Abraham, who's the father, who was promised to be the father of many nations. Oh, is my camera not on? Sorry, guys. He has left a legacy that has spanned, I don't know, my history. When did Abraham live? It would have been like 2,500 years before Christ, maybe. I don't know. Somebody know? So approximately, three plus millennia ago, something like that. A lot of years ago, anyway. But because of the decisions that he made, all the world has been affected by that. I mean, largely you can track, I don't know what percent of the world back to Abraham, to either Esau or no, not Esau, but to who was Isaac's brother? Ishmael, right? Who is the father of the Muslim tribes, and then Isaac is the father of the Israelites. So Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and then we know that many of the Muslim are descendants from Ishmael. So basically, from Abraham, the whole world has been affected because of the decisions of one person. I want you to think about somebody who has been an Abraham for you, somebody who has been had an impact on you that may have lived generations ago. Maybe they're around you right now. But take a minute and think about that. Somebody who made a decision, who's had an impact on your life right now. And go ahead and write that person down, who that is, and why, what it was specifically that they did that has impacted your life. So who the person is and what did they do that impacted your life. Everybody got somebody and something that they did. Oh, thank you, Brian. Good job. So yeah, I wasn't too far off. 2000 BC. I think I said 2500 BC, but you know, when you're talking thousands of years, what's 300 years, right? Um, give or take, give or take. They lived for a long time back then too. So, okay. So be thinking about that. And in a minute, if anybody would like to share, we'd love to open it up for you to be able to share who that person was and why, what it was that they did. There was a study that was done. I don't remember when it was. I quoted it in a church lesson that I gave probably 8 or 10 years ago, but it said that cultures and families who passed on family stories and who were able to teach about their heritage, that the children who grew up in those families were a lot more stable. They were a lot more functional as citizens. They excelled in certain areas, and that ultimately, you know, that was they were able to track that back to like statistics like uh, they were less likely to be divorced or drug addicts or be put in jail because they understood their heritage, because they knew their legacy, because they knew where they came from, and they had a connection with those who went before them. And I thought that's really interesting. You know, in Malachi, it talks about the hearts of the children being turned to their fathers, and the fathers turned to their children. In our church, we're members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. We genealogy is a big part of our culture and what we do, and learning about our past and connecting to those who have gone before us. And I think that is that's interesting. It's a fulfillment of that prophecy from, you know, years ago, that the hearts of the children will be turned. But it's also I think it also provides that increased stability for us in our lives, you know, when I'm able to pull up stories from my grandparents. So recently we were able to go to a little town called Orderville, Utah. It's kind of in the middle of nowhere, Utah, and it's only the second time I've been there. My family and I went there, and we were traveling from we traveled through Zion's Park, which is a beautiful drive. If you're ever down there, it is well worth the drive. It's just some just amazing creations that God made that could only be to please the eye. I mean, why else would he create these things if it were not to just be pleasing to his children and to him? So we stopped by Orderville, and I called my sister, and I'm like, tell me where to go to find some of our great grandparents' history. And so we actually, Selena, do you have it on your computer, the barn? Do you know if it's in your photos? If you want to look real quick, maybe you could pull up a picture of our family. It might be there. But we went to a barn that my great grandfather Hans built that is still standing. Hans died in the early 1900s. My grandpa, his son Lloyd, was born in 1900. And so I think Hans died somewhere around 19, which we actually saw his grave. I should know that. 1915, somewhere in there. So my grandfather was still pretty young when he passed away, as I remember. So we went to the place where he grew up, and the farm ground that he worked, and the barn that he built, which, you know, it's more than a century old, and it's still still standing, not in the best shape, hasn't been cared for, and it hasn't been in our family for a long time. My grandfather left and went and herded sheep, and then ended up in Nevada. But there was a connection and there was a draw there. And sometimes I wonder, you know, why do I love irrigating so much? Why is that just a passion of mine? And for those who may not know or grow up in Missouri, it's like, what's irrigating, right? You just wait for the rain to come. So here in the West, we have mountains that collect the snow, and then in the spring and summer, when that snow melts, we have ditches that come down, and we divert that through our fields and spread the water out to be able to grow more grass. Yeah, thanks, Matt. We don't live in the Garden of Eden like you guys, so we're kind of in the we've been cast out. We're in the lone and dreary world out here in Nevada, but but I love to irrigate. I love to be able to see, to put this water to good use. And it's interesting that my grandfather was a farmer, had some cattle, but he was known for, or my great grandfather was known for the good horses that he had, and he was also known for his straight furrows. So this is a picture of the barn that my grandfather, maybe grandmother, built in Orderville, Utah. Thank you for sharing that, Selena. That's awesome. My grandfather actually was out irrigating one day, and there's our family. I think there might be one of our family on the other side. And again, this is no longer in the Sorensen family at all, but it was neat to see that that was still standing. My grandfather was out irrigating one day, and a ditch bank caved in. He didn't come home for supper that evening, and when they went out to find him, all they saw sticking out of the sod was his boot. And he had passed away in that when that canal caved in. And so that was that was over a century ago, and I still feel a connection to him. And I think part of the reason that I love to irrigate is because I can imagine that was something that he loved too, and that his son Lloyd, my grandfather, loved, and that my dad Vaughn enjoyed doing, was irrigating. And even though that's one of the tasks that is a $15 an hour job that I could delegate, oftentimes I will load the kids up on the side-by-side or the four-wheeler, and we'll go and we'll irrigate, because we enjoy it and because it brings peace and satisfaction, and it's something that I really enjoy. So Hans Sorensen, my great-grandfather, Lloyd Sorensen, my grandfather, Vaughn Sorensen, my father, they were people who had an impact on my legacy. Who's had an impact on you, and why? Does anybody like to share who that was and what it was that they did that had an impact on them? Go for it, Cesar.
My uncle Mike and my grandfather, and I think and maybe my grandmother too, but they're one of the primary reasons I have such an interest in agriculture. My grandparents grew up in Indiana. That's where they were from originally, and they were very big on our Irish and Scots-Irish heritage.
Hmm.
And so they would teach us some stories. They didn't really still speak any Gaelic, but they would tell me stories of how our family came over across the pond, and even though they sold their farm in Indiana to move to California and then started their family here, like they instilled that in my uncle Mike, who was a huge influence on me. And because he bought property in Lotus, California, he would regularly like take me there and show me and also tell me stories. And so like that's why I think a love for the outdoors, for nature, and like watching and changing the seasons versus, now being stuck in kind of like an office type setting.
Yeah. Yeah. Very cool. Thank you. Is that one of the reasons that you're looking at Irish breeds?
Yeah. I mean, really, that's why the Irish, even though to be honest, I mean, even the and the brown Swiss and the Guernsey, if I'm pronouncing them correctly, I mean, they're here, but no one has the Irish showers or the Irish. Well, the Irish cattle aren't really well known here, but yeah, it's just my family's legacy and heritage. I mean, the Irish showers even used to be called Cunninghams, and that was my grandfather's surname.
Mm-hmm. Love it. Thank you, Cesar. Who else? Let's see, Matt. Were you there? I didn't know if you were trying to unmute or if you pocket unmuted. Do you have a person who's had an impact on you that you'd like to share? Maybe not. How about you, Leanne? Anybody come to mind?
Well, I guess I haven't really thought about it a whole lot, but maybe the first person or people that come to my mind would be my grandparents. My dad's parents, they were true homesteaders, and I guess that's where I get my love of farming and taking care of animals, and gardening is my passion. And I guess just maybe that's where that comes from, where I want to provide better food for people, and just off the top of my head.
Yeah, thanks.
Also my dad for being my greatest cheerleader. He's no longer with us, but I really miss him a lot.
Love it. Thank you. Thank you. Let's give Cesar and Leanna a round of applause or heart emoji or something there. Thank you, guys. Very good. Brian, you said, I'll just read this so it can go on the recording. My grandfather, for all the teachings from his tobacco farm in North Carolina, his love for family and work ethic that I have as well. He passed away at 96 years young. And Matt says, my dad left the medical field to farm. Now I can farm. So that you guys is the legacy. And you know, the land, we hope that it stays in our family for generations to come. But even if it doesn't, we know that the legacy is way more than what the land and the livestock and the livelihood and the lifestyle. All of those things play a part, but it's what we do, who we are, the values that we have, and those things that the lessons that we teach. And so when it comes to succession planning, the logistics of an estate plan or a succession plan, they're important. I'm not going to downplay the importance of like having competent help to be able to get those things in place. But if that's all that it is, we're missing a huge piece. If we're just focused on passing on the assets to the next generation without the values to be able to back them up, we're setting up that next generation to fail. And the statistics say that the first generation builds it, the second generation holds on to it, and the third generation loses it. And I am now the third generation. And I'm like, oh man. And I thought I was fulfillment of that statistic. And we might be yet. It doesn't mean that we're a failure if we lose the ranch. But why is that? And I think it's largely because we're passing on assets, but we're not passing on the legacy piece. We're not able to live the way that maybe some other cultures live here in this Western culture, where we tell those stories. And those stories are just as important, if not more important, than the actual things that the next generation may inherit. And so one of the people that I really admire the most when it comes to legacy planning is Andrew Howell. I'm going to make note of one of the things that I'll send you guys, so if you want to go look it up, you can. but there's Andrew Howell's video. It was from, let's see, January 2025. No, January 2024. It was the summit that we did in January 2024, and he talked about legacy. That the whole series of summits that we did last year in 2025 were called the Regenerative Legacy. We could see that there was a huge issue coming in agriculture. It's already upon us, but whereby, they're predicting that 50% of land is going to change hands over the next decade because the older generation is aging out. And so out of necessity, the baby boomers are retiring, they're dying, things are going to change hands. And we're at this pivotal moment where we get to decide, is it going to move to further consolidation and corporate ownership, or is it going to stay as family farms and ranches, where either way it can be stewarded? I mean, there's some wonderful corporations out there, even Ted Turner's. I have friends that have worked for Ted Turner, who love the culture that he's created. And is he regenerative? Yes, I think he largely is. Takes care of his people and takes care of the land and takes care of the livestock. So that we're not bashing on, at least Ted Turner. I don't know about Bill Gates and people that work for him or what his business model is necessarily, but in and of itself, bigger doesn't always mean the demise of agriculture. But what we want is that for young people who, like Cesar, like Jenna and her family, that want to be able to expand or grow, that there is that opportunity for them. So last year we called the Regenerative Legacy. This year we called it the Profitable Regeneration. The other big piece that we need is profitability. And actually the two go hand in hand. We can't have one without the other. So we're going to talk, and Selena, if you have any ideas here that you'd like to share from your perspective, you're sure welcome to, but some basic high-level principles of what it takes to be able to create a legacy plan. And again, Andrew Howell knocked it out of the park when he talked to our people almost 2 years ago, and it's timeless principles. The rules change. I've just heard that maybe the inheritance tax has gone away in perpetuity for farmers and ranchers. When I took over the ranch, when my grandfather passed away, he had transferred most of the land and all of the livestock out of his name. But as I remember, there was only a small, like one section of land that my dad inherited, and he ended up having to pay, like $100,000 estate tax on land that was barely worth $100,000 back then. So in the early 90s, the estate tax or inheritance tax was really high. Now it's at a lot higher rate, and in hindsight, it would have been better had we been able to inherit the land from my parents than for them to gift it to us. If we ever decide to sell it, we would have had the stepped up in basis upon now my dad's death, whereby it would equalize the capital gains. And as long as, it doesn't exceed that threshold of whatever it is, $26 million, roughly $13 million per father and mother gifting to each child, which it could be more than that because it'd be both of them to both of us. So anyway, in hindsight, it would have been better if we'd had received that upon death. But we did the best that we could. And so my mother and father implemented an LLC, and they started accelerated gifting of shares in that LLC to be able to transfer it out of their state and into our estate. So I'm not going to give you legal advice. What I'm going to say is that they did the very best that they could, and I'm grateful for that. My grandparents did the very best that they could. They were proactive about it. They had the discussions. They hired the help that they needed, and they made multiple changes as things evolved, as their children got older. And as I got older, and came back from my mission and came back to the ranch, there was a vesting period by which we would inherit the ranch. And then I guess once we kind of proved up and said, hey, we're not flaky, mom and dad are like, okay, let's just get it gifted to you guys because we know you're committed and we need to get it out of our estate. Our approach is a little bit different. We, I think, as I mentioned yesterday, we are working with Andrew Howell. Actually, he's our estate planning attorney, to be able to set up a trust whereby we don't actually transfer the land from generation to generation, that it's set up in a perpetual trust. We don't know exactly how all that's going to work yet, but what we don't want to do is to keep dividing, and we've made that clear to our children that that's the way that we want to go about it. So the logistics of the estate planning process, as important as they are, it's going to cost you a few $1,000s if you've got any kind of an estate to be able to get it done. Most of our clients go with Brandon Rains. He's an attorney out of Colorado. He has a flat fee. I really like him. He takes really good care of them. He'll set you up. He'll create the LLCs that you need to, or the entity structure. It's at his advice, not ours. I generally will be involved in the process and ask, does it make sense to have a land LLC and multiple operating companies? Generally, there's at least a land LLC that owns the land, and there's an operating company that exposes themselves to risk that does not own the land. So the operating company owns the livestock and the equipment. And we separate those for different reasons. One of which is liability exposure. If somebody hits a cow, they can sue the operating company. They will come after everything that you own, but they call it in corporate terms, piercing the veil. They can't pierce the veil into that other entity structure because it was set up properly. And so it's going to take an extra amount of effort for somebody to sue the land company. So that's one reason. The other reason is that a lot of times the land company may be leased to the operating company. That operating company could be multiple people, and that helps in maintain the integrity of the land company. So do what makes sense to you. There's going to be a level of what seems like complexity, but hopefully you can explain it to your kids, to your 10, 12-year-old daughter or son, and they get it. And if they can understand it, then it's going to be okay. If it gets much more complicated than that, then you probably need to push back on your attorney and say, hey, let's try again here. I don't even understand what you're doing. So don't just blindly trust. Don't just sign, all these complex things. They're likely, if you've got any kind of sizable estate, there will be a trust involved as well. And that trust will need to be funded. So bottom line, your assets should not be in your personal name. They should be in some type of an entity. We highly recommend that you separate your personal finances from the business finances, that you run 2 sets of books. We recommend that you do that in some type of accounting software. If you're at any kind of a scale, meaning making your $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 above, it's worth it. It's worth it to pay the $50, $60 a month subscription to Ambrook, which is, if you're a client of ours, that comes in less than that. Keep those books separate your personal and finance, your business finance. I mean, you should be doing that anyway. You can be more complex than that, but it's got to really make sense to you. The other thing that we did strategically when we got started, when we took out our first loan to be able to buy cattle, it was secured by livestock, and we started a separate LLC, and we put the land that was used to collateralize that loan in that entity, and that was the only thing that the bank had access to. So we didn't pledge the whole ranch. We just said, okay, we're going to set this up in this own entity, and had an appraisal done and had to make sure there was the loan to asset value was right. And so sometimes there can be strategic ways to be able to do that. Questions so far? Thoughts, comments? Austin, Selena, anything you guys want to interject, feel free to. This is not this is I don't. This is not something that I geek out on, but it's important.
I dropped a question in the chat there, but I'll verbalize.
Yeah.
And you said this earlier. At what size does it make sense to have that separate land LLC versus just an entire operation under a singular LLC?
Yeah, it's probably based on more gross income, I would say, Austin. If you're up around, if your operating company's bringing in 100K and above, it's probably time to separate the two. Because we say 100K, that's where you should be if your margins are good, if you're paying yourself a good wage. You're going to be able to, at least one of you or your spouse, step away from your off-farm job and become more full-time. So that's a general rule of thumb. An attorney's going to say, well, if you're going to get started right now and do it right. And there's a balance there. Sometimes it's like, yeah, I don't know. Do I need to pay those state filing fees and everything?
And the more LLCs you have, the more accounting cost there is.
Yep, it is. And yeah, what is the pricing? What is an attorney pricing? I think what ballpark range for somebody who needs to get a couple LLCs and a basic will, trust, and estate plan is probably going to be about $3,000. And then if you need like a complex trust and things like that with multiple heirs, it's going to go up from there. So, and it is really surprising. It's not much of a business now where you're going to have the assets over $500,000 in agriculture with the price of cattle and everything. So, do the work. You can get a will and a trust done on LegalZoom. You can have AI help you do it, but to me, it's worth having somebody else look it over, make sure it's done right and everything's filed right. It's kind of the cost of doing business. Update it regularly. Ours needs to be updated. I think we only had 6 kids when we had ours drafted, and it shows it's just outdated. We have the guardians of our children would be people outside now they would be siblings, and now it would be our own children that would take care of our younger children. So really looking at who the guardians need to be for your kids, being prayerful about that, and then talking to those people and letting them know, making sure that your values align, even down to the way maybe they're nourished. Like, I think it would be hard for us to know that our kids are going to go to some place where they're going to eat Cocoa Puffs every morning when we've taught them that, hey, we need to steward these bodies well. So some of those things, they're completely out of your hands if you haven't done any planning. But when you've done the planning, then okay, I've done the best to be able to care for these people and these things. Am I missing anything from a structure standpoint here? Go ahead, Austin.
So I know there's a variety of generations in here, and from my generation looking into transitions, I feel like this is the most important piece of a family farm that anyone can spend time or money on.
Mm-hmm.
If this isn't in place, nothing else matters.
Yeah, and I'd love to hear. I know, Jenna, you guys have kind of been in that. Wes and Leanne, I don't know enough about your context. Austin, you guys, I guess I'm just inviting you to chime in here. It is very common, very, very common that the older generation does not want to talk about these things. And it is often driven in not a contentious way, but it's not harmonious, driven by the younger generation to, mom and dad, let's get this estate plan done. And it might sound like they're greedy, like we want our piece of this, but really they just want to know, what the heck are you going to do with this? Like, we've been here for 20 years. do we even own anything? Are we just employees? Are we vesting ourselves into this and it's not talked about? What, from your conversations, Austin, is that what you're finding as well, or?
100%. I think there's a very small percentage of older generation operators who take this seriously. I think most of them either one, do as basic of a plan as possible and plan on their kids taking care of it once they're dead, or they don't think about it until they're dead, and then the kids just have to deal with the repercussions of no plan. And my in-laws, they have a trust set up, so they have taken a few steps, but then they have all three kids set up as trustees, which I am not an advocate of, because it's going to cause fights and there's going to be issues, and it's not going to be a good situation whenever they leave because of that. My folks still are working on getting a simple will put together, so they're even behind the ball on that type of thing. But like my wife and I, we have a will set up, and once we get a little bit closer to million net worth, we're probably going to be doing a trust because of different assets and everything. But I see this being a subject that much more attention needs to be given to, because you're right, the older generation, they want to shove it under the rug until they're gone, and that's not their problem anymore, and that's going to cause more problems for my generation and even my parents' generation. If their parents haven't done anything, it's kind of that combination too. But I feel like, yeah, my generation is seeking clarity and direction in what to expect, and just wanting to have a conversation about something that isn't easy to talk about.
Yeah. Yeah, very good. Thanks for that. So just a couple of case studies from the clients that we've worked with. Donnie and Trisha Faring, they just reported at our mastermind call that they got their estate plan done. It took them nearly a year to be able to get it done. And it's not that it takes that long. It's just the attorney sends over the list of things that you need. You think it's going to be overwhelming. It's going to take weeks and months to be able to compile this, when actually it just takes a few hours. You sit down, you actually get it done. You send it back to the attorney. They come back with a couple clarifying questions. You finally get to that after you get the hay put up, and you find out, well, that wasn't so hard. And then they send the things over, and then you get your documents back, and you got to have them notarized, and you can't get you and your wife in town at the same time. And so that takes another 6 weeks. And in the meantime, you're hoping that you don't die. You don't get hit by a bus, because all these things are pending, but they're not signed, and the trust isn't funded yet. So on average, it takes about a year to be able to do it. And it took us not quite that long, but we've been at it. On the second go around, we've been at it for a few months, and it's on us. Andrew Howell has done his part. He's got the questions in our inbox, and we just need to answer those questions and get back to him. Wintertime is a great time to be able to sit down and do this. And again, I'm not an attorney and don't pretend to be, but it's really interesting. I'll ask the question, do you have an estate plan? And I'll give them, do you think you need to update it? And if that's the commitment that our clients make, then I'll say, okay, what's your next step? And I'll hold them accountable to it. And we make sure that it gets done. Otherwise, it just doesn't happen. It doesn't happen if you don't have somebody there. I'm not necessarily holding your hand. I'm just asking you that question. And it's also interesting, and this seems unrelated, but almost all of our clients, when they start working with us, they go on some type of diet or exercise, even though that has nothing to do with our program. Because when they start learning in one area, then they realize, man, I gotta eat a little healthier. I gotta cut out this caffeine. I should exercise a couple times a week. And I've never asked them to do that, but multiple of them have reported back and said, yeah, you know what? We've been on this diet for a little while. I'm like, really? It's like, yeah, we've lost some weight. We're feeling a lot better. I'm like, good for you. Good for you. So bottom line is, when movement begets movement, success begets success. When you start seeing and you start progressing and you start building that momentum in one area of life, you're going to have the energy to do the other things in other seemingly unrelated areas, but it all is leading towards stewardship and legacy. Okay. So that's a little bit, and about as deep as I really want to go in the logistics. Listen to Andrew Howell's video. It's a great resource. He is a super good guy, and I really love him. If you guys, here's another bonus piece. If you haven't watched, help me out with the original one, Selena. It's the Ultimate Gift. Is that the one with? Does anybody watch that movie?
Yes, the ultimate gift.
That's the first one in the series.
And did you see Brian's comment?
Oh, I didn't. Nope.
I think it goes along with the movie that Jared's talking about, and just all the things that we've been talking about of where to start. It starts with the vision. It starts with your mission and your values.
Okay. Yeah. So again, the name of that movie is The Ultimate Gift. We were drawn to Andrew Howell because he really reminded me of the attorney in this movie, and not by skin color, but by the values that he had. So, a good resource about, and then there's a couple others in that series. Good Christian films. You could watch them with your kids. You're not going to worry about anything sketchy. Okay, so the mechanics of it, they're going to vary a little bit, but let's talk about the most important piece. What do you do with it from there? So Donnie and Tricia just got theirs put in place. The Lechtenbergs from Nebraska just got theirs done, and they wrote a pretty awesome, call it a preamble to their estate planning documents, and it is documented. It is filed. Anybody who wants to see their will and trust will see that. Doesn't mean that they're going to read it, but they will see this. And I call it a preamble because it lays out what their values are, what their vision is, what they hope for their legacy, what they want their great grandchildren to be able to know about them. And so that's level 2 of writing down your stories, the things that you want to be remembered for, the values that you want to pass on to that next generation. Level 3 is sharing that with your children in some type of a setting. It could be all together, it could be one-on-one, but I really believe that is super important. And I applaud, the Lechtenbergs are in their 70s, so they're on that generation where they shouldn't, most people aren't talking about it, and they're taking the lead. And I applaud them so much because they were the ones that did it, not their kids driving it. And they've got a big family, 8 kids, I think. And so what I encouraged them was, now take it to your children and explain it to them. Let them ask questions. Let them see it. Don't let the attorney be the one that unveils this when you guys are gone, because we all know that things can be interpreted in different ways. And it is well written. They were prayerful about it. They wrote several drafts. They got my input on how they wrote it, and I think they did the very best that they could. But to be able to convey the real meaning and the conviction, I encourage them to share that with their children. All their children are married. None of them are divorced. And I said, share this with your kids and your sons and daughters-in-law. So that's the next step for them. And Andrew Howell talks about that too. He also wrote, and if you're interested in resources, Andrew's written a couple books. They're in my Audible account, but if you just search for Andrew Howell, he references them on the video as well. And they're good reads if you're interested in how to build out. And most of my clients, I've encouraged them to read Andrew's book, to share it with both generations, and to start that conversation, and also to watch Andrew's video. And I'm just grateful that it's in our resource base to be able to share that, because it can start the conversation and get people on the same page. Any questions, you guys, about legacy? Any thoughts that you have, Selena? Anything that I missed? Okay. That's remember the 4 L's: live, love, learn, leave a legacy. Yeah, entrusted. That's a good one. we should be that sometime in our group. Let's do a book group discussion around Entrusted, because there's so many principles in there. He talks about the difference between the Rockefellers and the Vanderbilts. And I honestly can't remember which one squandered their wealth and which one perpetuated it, but one of them lived the principle of legacy, the other one didn't, and that they met that third generation rule where it was started to be lost, and the other one, has grown. So that's it. All right. Yeah, I think that, there's definitely more depth that we could go to, but I think that covers it enough. Bottom. Okay, so lest we leave the scene of an epiphany without a commitment to take action. Let's pause for a minute and let's write down, what are we going to do because of this last section? What is the next step for us to do to perpetuate our legacy? And I would encourage you to go ahead and put a date by that, because it might be a little bit outside of your control. So my next step was meet with Andrew Howe by 11:15. I may only be able to have the appointment scheduled, but we really need to have him involved in our tax planning before year end. And so it's critical that I get on his calendar immediately. So my goal is to meet with him by 11:15, which is next week. So what are you going to do, and by when are you going to do it? Okay. So next summer, you've got it on your list. Is there anything that you can do right now, Margaret, just to make it a little more relevant? Anything that comes to mind that, because next summer is a long ways away and you might get busy between now and then. So if so, go ahead and write it down, like what that might be. Okay, so again, any questions on this piece, on the legacy piece? Another, yeah, start that conversation, Brian. Absolutely. Maybe even watch these videos together. I think I can do this. Well, I know I can do this. So I need to ask, and I'm going to do this on the recording. So Dave Pratt, who was the former owner of Ranching for Profit, he spoke at that same summit that Andrew Howe spoke at. Yeah, the first video is public, and it is on our playlist from that summit. The second video I have not shared outside of the people who signed up for the 2-day class. Good job, Margaret. Way to make a commitment, real and relevant. I haven't shared outside that 2-day class because Dave holds his knowledge a little close to the vest, meaning that he's worked really hard. He's worked really, really hard to be able to earn what he's earned when it comes to the knowledge and understanding of things. So I'm going to ask this of you, that if I share this second video, that it stay within you and your family. And I'm not, I don't know. I guess I'm not really worried. Why do I say that? That's just to honor Dave's wishes. That's just to honor that he didn't, I guess, so to speak, didn't want his pearls to be cast before swine. And not that he hasn't taught these other things in other settings, but he was very, very gracious, even to the point, he didn't charge us for his time. But to be able to share what he's learned from teaching thousands of students through the Ranching for Profit School and consulting with hundreds of ranchers, he was actually the one that facilitated the meeting with my parents and myself. So he has spent hours and hours. So if I share that video with you, I just ask you that you honor that and only share it, with people in your business, and know that those principles come from Dave Pratt. So there's a two-part to that. There's and the reason that this came to mind is because he talks about the succession of the assets and the management, and that they need to be divided. Like passing on the assets is one piece. The attorney helps with that. Andrew Howe bridges that gap a little bit into the management, but very few other people really do that. And so we do our heirs a disservice if we just say, here's the assets, but we don't give them the operating manual to steward those assets. And my dad tried to do that. He honestly tried to, but we didn't have enough time, and we didn't have the facilitation to be able to make that bridge a success. And so when he went on his mission, I had the stewardship of the asset, but I didn't have the foundation to be able to steward it really well. And it's taken me a long time to be able to do that. And some things you just have to gain by experience. So you guys good with that if I share both of those videos? So the 3 videos, Andrew Howe, Dave Pratt's 2 videos, and then you use them just for your business use. And if you find that maybe you're not at that phase right now, Cesar, it might be a little premature for you, but definitely start thinking that way. I think for everybody else, though, these are things that you need to be really working on, and Margaret, yourself included. Like, let's listen to those, start that discussion, start working on these important pieces, updating it. And okay, all right, I think that's enough said on that piece. So build your legacy. Okay, well, we've covered the material, you guys. We have covered the material. I wanted to open it up for any questions or discussion that you might have, including from you, Austin. Anything that you felt like we need to dive a little bit deeper on here as we conclude. Let's just so unmute, give your questions, Austin. If there's anything you feel like we need to dive a little bit deeper on, we'll rewind. If not, we'll do a wrap up here.
I think the one thing that maybe just to highlight, the last 2 days, a lot has been covered, and I know with sitting in the calls, the common theme is there's a lot of information. Going to take a while to digest this. Going to take a while to figure how to apply all this. There's a lot here, and I think every person that is attending here is in a different spot with a different operation, different size, provision, et cetera, et cetera. I think it would be valuable to everyone if you could just take a few minutes, not really to do a sales pitch, but just to connect the dots on how folks can take what they learned today and incorporate it to themselves, but more so why it would be beneficial to continue working with Ag Steward because of what we learned today. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it absolutely makes sense. So I've been to a lot of classes and seminars, and again, one of my values is lifelong learning. And I'm really grateful for Dave Pratt, and I cherish his friendship. He really started me down that journey when I went to the Ranching for Profit School. And that would have been in January of 2023 when I went to that school for the first time. Again, because of what I learned, it sparked in me something that ignited kind of an appetite. And I began to learn more about finance, ecology, management, which led to health, which led to my regenerative journey, which led to leadership, to speaking and presenting, to Russell Brunson and marketing, and all these things that seem really disjointed and unrelated. And some of the programs I'll leave and I'll be really hyped up and think, man, I just want to dive deep in that. The times that I've been the most successful is when I've made a commitment during that point of epiphany, and I've paid the price to be able to work with those who have things figured out that I want to become a master in. So I've mentioned Larry and Stacy Wallace. You guys may not know them. You can go watch their videos. They have a coaching program, and I met them at an event. It was actually at a marketing event. Russell Brunson, who's the founder of ClickFunnels, who
Lost your audio.
lose me.
All right, you're back now.
Okay, my external mic died. So I'll stay close to this other one. So let's see, where was I at? Working with Larry and Stacy Wallace. I met them at a Russell Brunson event. Russell Brunson is a great marketer. I signed up for his event because I wanted to learn how to be able to get my message out to more people in our circle. And you might think, well, man, what is this kid? How does he ever get any work done? He's always in these coaching programs and traveling, and I've realized that that's part of my mission. And I'm at peace with that. It looks very different than the mission that my grandfather fulfilled. And I feel like he's given me his blessing to be able to pursue my mission without any strings attached, that it looks different than his. And so you ask, how do you be successful? About a year ago, I watched an online event with Russell Brunson, and he made an offer at that event. He said, if you want to join a higher level mastermind group, here is an opportunity for you to do this. And I'm like, that's a lot of money. But I looked at the success I was having down the path that I was taking at that point. I looked at the success that he was having. I looked at his framework that was proven, and I realized I didn't have one. And so I said, okay, I'm going to spend the $10,000 and I'm going to learn from one of the best in the industry. His coaching program, you don't have to go and recreate things. Oftentimes you can just look at what has worked for somebody else. So in our model, we are modeling a lot of the things after what he is doing. There's a community, there's a personal aspect to the coaching, and there's a group aspect to it, which allows you to reach more people. And now we're bringing the in-person aspect to it. So, so for me, that's the thing that separates of just learning versus taking action. And yeah, you said don't make it a sales pitch, and I won't make it a sales pitch, but I will make it a call to action. Whatever you commit to do, commit and do it. And if that has nothing to do with Ag Steward, that is okay. That is absolutely okay. Like, I'm confident that we can serve you. But if you know that there's something else that you need to be doing and you're not currently doing it, then repent. That means to change your ways and commit and do it. And it's okay if you don't see the end from the beginning, you can't connect the dots. Like, I certainly couldn't, when I went down my path of learning. And still, it's kind of hard for me to pull in, like, why did I need to learn these different seemingly disjointed principles? But I just kept looking and pursuing and feeling that hunger and that need to be able to learn. And a guide and a mentor and a coach are there to help you. So that's what I see my role as within Ag Steward. Do I know everything about regenerative agriculture? Absolutely not, nor will I, nor do I care to, because there are people in the industry who know soil health. They've forgotten more about soil health than I will ever know. And that's okay. And that's okay. I'm here to be the guide in that. And it's an honor to be able to do that.
And I would just take that whole commentary one step further and saying, you guys are already here. What's stopping you from keeping going? You're already making a decision to invest 2 days and to be financially invested. If you want to see the fruits of your labor, what's stopping you from continuing on that journey? I think it's really easy to be motivated in the moment, but then whenever you're back to on your own, you keep doing the same things. Versus if you're already headed in the direction of progress and positive results, why stop? Get to where you want to be as fast as you can, and you'll be glad that you made the investment of time and money to make that happen for you.
Yeah, well said. Yeah, I mean, that really brings it back to how I wanted to end things, Austin, is I like to pause and I like to be able to journal because it helps us to process. And so there's one last writing prompt I'm going to invite you to do here as we wrap up from the end of day 2. And remember, we're looking for commitment here. So the statement starts, I will, ... You go from there. I will, and we'll give you a couple minutes to be able to fill that out. There's not a invitation to share unless you want to. This is for you. The ultimate commitment is to yourself and to your future. So go ahead and fill that out now. I will. And you don't have to force it, just let it flow. Okay, after you've gotten that one, the next part is I feel ... I feel . And the last one is I am. I am. Okay. I actually would like to do one last breakout session. We're going to divide the group here. And this is just going to be just a quick, everybody will share from those 3 statements: I will, I feel, and I am. So only share what you are comfortable sharing. But let's see. Let me recreate these rooms. Add room. No, how do I do this? Okay, just a minute here, guys. It only was letting me create one room, breakout room. Okay. Normally this does it automatically. I'm having to manually just kind of divide the group here. Matt, are you there and able to participate? Are you there, Matt?
I'm running the gun harvest group, though.
Okay.
Listen, if you let me listen in, I'll listen in. So.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds good.
Right.
Okay, Matt will listen in. Okay, so we're gonna open all rooms. This is gonna be let's see, there's 1, 2, 3, 3-ish people. Austin, again, if you want to go to room 1, I'll go to room 2. Selena, you can land where you land. Might have assigned you to a room. Okay, so let's go for like 4 minutes. Be about a minute each, and then we'll come back in the room and we'll wrap up. Okay, see you on the other side, you guys. All right, we're back, everybody. We're back. Thanks. Thanks for participating in that exercise. It has been an honor here to serve with you. Those last I am statements, those can be powerful if you're looking to transform and create more of what you want. That's been one of the things that has helped me probably as much as anything as far as a personal development tool is to vocalize the I am statements. And as a bonus, one of the easiest ways to do that is to think of the things that you're not, all those lies that Satan is trying to feed you, flip them on their heads and use those as the ammunition to be able to fire back at him. So if you have the thought that I'm not enough, that doesn't come from God, comes from Satan. Everybody feels it at some point. Use I am enough and then add another one to him. Because remember, we're outnumbered. We're gonna have twice as many negative thoughts on a daily basis as we do positive, 2/3 versus 1/3. And so we have to do our part to be able to counteract that. And those declarations, those I am statements are my go-to way to be able to do that. We honor the time that you guys have spent here today, and we encourage you on your regenerative journey. Whatever that next step is, take it with boldness, take it with courage, be 100% committed. Remember your why. Remember and tap into that vision. Share that vision with others on your team, others who will value it, others who will rally behind you, those that will help you when you're going through that trough phase, when you're wandering around in the darkness, and when depression is trying to drown you. Realize that there are people around you. Maybe they're in this community, maybe they're in your family, maybe they're a text or a phone call away. I'm thankful that thankful that God's given us this mission to be able to serve this community. It's an honor to be able to serve you in this capacity. We look forward to seeing you at future events. Those that are coaching with us, signing up for our offer, we will do our best to serve you in that capacity. And whatever it is that you commit to do, be 100% and all in. And I promise you that as you do that, just like the quote from Van Gogh, at the moment of commitment, providence moves and will get behind you. So with that, just offer best wishes, blessings upon you and your families, and hope that you will continue to progress on your regenerative journey. So thanks everybody for being part of this.
Thank you all for having us.
Thanks, Brian. It's been awesome.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Yeah, Wes and Leanne, we sure appreciate you guys being here. Wes, as much as you were able to.
Thanks a lot. That's given me a lot of renewed courage.
Well, thank you. We're really grateful. What a great way to be able to start off working together with you guys.
Pay off. Thank you for your stuff as well.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. Yep. And Matt, good luck with the harvest. Cesar, good to see you again. Thank you for being part of this.
Good to visit with y'all.
Yeah, Austin, we appreciate you. Thanks for your insights. Thanks for serving this community well. Appreciate Selena. Thank you for being a part of this, sharing your insights and wisdom. I got a pretty awesome wife. I'm grateful for her, and she's pretty wise, huh, you guys? So
absolutely, you're a lucky man.
Thank you. Thank you. Margaret, good to see you on here again. So hope that you're blessed, and Wes, as much as you're able to participate, pray for you and your success, and look forward to visiting with you and Leanne here soon. So, all right. Well, God bless everyone. Look for the recording, look for those resources to come out here. Hopefully over the weekend. It might not be till Monday, depending on where our assistant's at with the typhoon that's rolling through the Philippines right now. So,
oh no.
Yeah, she texted me earlier today and said, I'm not sure that I can that I can get stuff done, because she may not even have internet or whatever. So if worst case scenario, I'll get the raw recordings out to you on Monday. But my hope is that we can at least have them a little bit polished in the dead space of the lunch hour, edited out. So, all right, be blessed. Talk to y'all soon.
So yeah.
Thank you. All right.